of the excess of my life lies on my hand. I'm reading my own story now. Growing up, I'm changing, wishing I could be a part of everything. Seems I really do care. Growing up, my blank page is filling up. I won't look back. I'm writing my own story now. Growing up, daylights and stars become the same. Yesterday, I think I was someone else. Which way can I choose? Which way to go? Listen to myself or rely on you? Throw myself into this stream of life. Nobody knows. Nobody Growing up, my blank page is filling up. I won't look back. I'm writing my own story now. Growing up, daylights and stars become the same. Yesterday, I think I was someone else. Which way can I choose? Which way to go? Listen to myself or rely on you? Throw myself into this stream of life. Nobody knows. Nobody
Hello there. Good evening, everyone and every Juanita. So it is I, your boy Doug, here with a stream. Today, as it turns out, I'm on some delicious new comic pages. So, setting everything up here, trying to make sure that the volumes for most everything are alright. Gotta make sure that the music is super low. Because boy, these songs can be loud sometimes. Yep. Hello to the viewers over there on both YouTube and Picardo. I'm streaming on two places at once. What a treat! You get to watch the stream no matter where you are. Over there on the YouTube, I have a link 154. Sorry, no, that's Picardo. We have link 154 meta. Hello to the both of you. Hi, how's it going? Thank you for the music comment, meta. This is from Growing Up, a game that's on Steam, and I really like the music. It's very chill, very nice elevator music, sort of. I really like it. Definitely recommend. And apparently, I don't know that it's been copyrighted yet, so I'm using it shamelessly. Over on YouTube, we have the two friendos, Ipu and Amaro. Hello. Good evening, rather. Como vocês estão? Como vão vocês? Boa noite. Yeah. A little bit of explanation is at hand. I'm doing page 17 of the comic that I've been working on for a while now. This is the Call It What You Want. This is the page that will go live tomorrow on them delicious Patreon. For those of you who are patrons, you'll probably find it page sometime tomorrow on your news feed. Some of you probably get your Patreon alerts through email, so that's how you'll get it. Otherwise, I don't know. Those of you who are not patrons, you will get instead to see page 13 showing up tomorrow on the other places, such as Perfinity and Twitter, such. That's a page that will go live tomorrow. Elsewhere for everyone else. Well, not this page, but another page. So, I was doing a little bit of pre-planning here before the stream started. Mostly to do with doing the layouts for where each panel goes. So, I had a little script and I was looking at the script to see how to properly format this page. Got everything in place now as far as the lettering goes, which is super helpful. For me, that is. Mostly, really, with the part of that knowing where the lettering goes, that gets me more property to know how to set up the panels layout, their size, their position, everything else. Knowing the size of the speech bubbles lets me play around. And that's more or less what I'm doing here. I'm just fine-tuning now the layout of the panels, or we get to actually sketching out the page itself. Was pondering about like telling a thing or two or three or 10 about like what the plot of this page is, but I don't want to give you all any spoilers really to get the speech bubbles to become very transparent so you can't quite see them. Now that I've done it what needed to be done with them. But probably were able to catch a glimpse of something there. Now that I have everything in place, the panels and speech bubbles positions, I'm trying to actually get you sketching. The letter. But this page won't be very different from what I've been doing previously. It's just going to be Francis and Bradley talking to one another, maybe a little bit of some of the other characters too. The Oh yeah, they have shown up in the 3 pages that I've shown thus far. It's going to be Francis' parents, both the mom and the dad talk. So as far as the sketching goes, I'm going to be doing my my weird sketching technique where I just go around throwing silhouettes and follow up filling in those silhouettes after I have an idea of the pose. Also, I'm gonna be also double checking the previous page quite a lot throughout because I want to make sure I know where everything is and how everything goes. Because you know, it's good to double check the previous page to get a little bit of consistency going on. And also, you can't quite see me, not showing any sort of like webcam where you can see me, the artist, draw this, but I'm visibly doing a little bit of posing myself. But if I ever go quiet for a long stretch of time, it's because I'm pausing to perform this pose in real life to see how it looks like and like get a sense for how to do the character. And also over there on YouTube, get Hero Wolf. Hello. Hi, it is me. Hi. How's it going? My voice sounds different. Probably been a while since we last talked, or since you last heard me. Since I last streamed, I think the last like actual proper stream I've done was like in 2019. So yeah, it's been a while. Hi, welcome to the stream. Over there on the Picardo chat though, we have Steve Wolf saying Wolf's YouTube stream is a little bit laggy so far. Is it? That's not good, and it should look into that. I mean, though, on my end it says, oh, it's good, so I know what to do in that regard. Uh, I hope it's not everything. I hope it's not something on my end and that it works all right for everyone else. Yes, how are you all doing? How's your Tuesday? I think today's Tuesday. Me over here in Brazil, it's still Tuesday. Some of you over there in Europe and beyond might already be Friday or early morning. Everyone do. And yeah, like I said last time, you probably heard me on on a on a stream several many years ago. It's been I ran in about 3 years, 3 whole years. So there you go. But thank you. I'm glad you like my voice. Not new, it's just changed. Just different. Now that I've spent so much time speaking English on a regular basis, I'm more comfortable. That and also I've probably changed the microphone like twice in between then and now, so I have that going on. Like words on a page or up on a stage, dreaming out loud, head in the clouds. No matter the weather, we're still here together. Don't you love these rainy days? And also, hello there, Shadow. On Picardo. Is the stream really laggy on YouTube? Shouldn't be. This is our song, so take my hand and start to sing along. Don't you just love these rainy days? And yes, Shadow, thank you first and foremost. But over the years I've been trying several different sketching methods, and I eventually landed at this one, which I really like, because it allows me to quickly and easily define the shapes that I'm gonna be using, and just build up things up from the silhouette. Which is sort of like a devolution, if you think about it, from my previous sketching style, in which I did a whole, like I did a grayscale painting, so to speak, as a sketch. But kinda worked, but also was very lengthy to do, and then I realized, why do I go with the grayscale? Why don't I just stop at the black and white? Because the grayscale in the end is only good if you do leave some grays in here and there. But the way that I was doing the painting, I was pretty much erasing the gray, so it's mostly black and white. And some shades here and there. But those shades weren't very informative or a big part of the painting. But the sketch, rather. So I stopped using that. And I don't know that there's much to teach, Shadow, as far as drawing like this goes. If you do want to learn how to draw like this, I suggest looking at time lapses or explanations of people that do landscape drawings, like backgrounds and such. Because they use the very same technique, pretty much. It's a lot of using shapes to blocking the scenery, the background. So like, this is the like this is the ocean. These are some rocks in the background. There's some rocks in the foreground. That's pretty much how they do, except that they use the grayscale technique I was going on about. where where it's like, hmm, let's draw some shapes to block in those things, but those things that are further away, we're gonna use shades and tones more towards the gray, and we're gonna not have a whole lot of contrast between them. So it's gonna be very like things ranging between, if you imagine like a scale where 0% is black and 100% is white. Imagine that they use only like stuff between 40 and 60. So that's for the background, because it's so far away that atmosphere is interfering with your capacity to understand shapes and. Now, for the middle ground, you kind of broaden your range a little bit. So you go from 30 to 80% range of colors. Then, the foreground, you actually go just full on balls to the walls. You use 100% of the grayscale. And then if you want to get even fancier, you have the extreme close-up ground. I don't know if that has a name. Probably that would be the foreground in this case. Which is like, they use objects that are so close to the camera that they're also being obfuscated somewhat. But they only use the lowest tone, so they go from 0% to 20%, 20-30% in the scale. So it's pretty much just shades of black for the super close-up objects. Things that are like, they are there, they are part of the composition. They kind of close in some areas and others, but they're not the focus. So you don't want them to be the focus. And because of this, you have them be very shaded, very dark. And you kind of just go like that, do this whole playing with shades, distances, and sizes and other such things to make landscape drawings, or sketches of landscape. So that's pretty much how landscape artists, or I don't know if that's what they are called, but people who draw landscapes, that's how they go about it. And if you watch them draw the landscapes, you get a sense for how they use shades of gray. Just sketch and block out the elements of the drawing before they start to go in and paint everything. So pay attention to that. Try to grasp a couple things here and there, and that's pretty much how you will learn a technique similar to mine for drawing. Because otherwise I don't know exactly what to say or do in regards to how to do it like I do. And then there's the next step thing, which is how to draw expressions. A lot of people ask me this, or not necessarily ask me how to draw expressions, but they do say a lot about how my expression work is always on point. And this is more so a thing of paying a lot of attention to, like, what expressions you would do at certain moments, Like if you're happy, what happens to your face when you're happy? What does your eyes and mouth, eyebrows and everything how did they pose themselves? And then you pay attention to that and try to replicate that. Paying a lot of attention to the muscles that you're using, how they interact with one another. But mostly, like, you're not trying to draw the muscles, obviously. But what you're trying to do is pay attention to something like, if a character is surprised, they're going to open up their eyes, they're going to expand their eyes. But in doing so, they also raise their eyebrows. So that's pretty much a given. Not a lot. That's not a very big brainer there. But whenever you open up your eyes, you like that much in a surprise expression, you also have to realize that you're stretching your face not only upwards but also downwards. Just the muscle, that kind of movement that your face does whenever you're surprised, also instinctively and naturally, also pushes your mouth down, which will push your cheeks inwards. And overall, up, have I done? Somehow I accidentally switched brushes. Figure. Yes, paying attention to everything that your face does will better inform you on how to draw certain expressions, and that's what you want to do. Is not get comfortable with like drawing only one or two expressions. Really broadening your range of expression work you're drawing. I think that one of the trickiest things I have to do with drawing Francis is getting his nose right. His nose is supposed to be very round and very kind of round, but also pointed. Well, not pointed, but like it sticks out, despite how round it is. Getting that right is always a challenge with drawing this Game Boy. Shadow, you said that you're loving how the line draws themselves. I suppose that it can feel that way, yeah. And yes, I am using only one layer. In fact, I think that the least layers you use, you're probably gonna do better in a lot of ways. What with drawing comics for a living, you learn that you have to come up with a whole process that is scalable. By what I mean by that is that if I'm gonna do like 20 pages, then sure, it doesn't really matter how I'm gonna go about it. But if I'm gonna do what I've done over the years of at this point, I think I've drawn like at least 500 pages total, at least. And that's a lot of pages. If you're gonna draw that many comic pages, you need to come up with a method of cranking the pages out one per week without getting bogged down by so many intricate details. So getting bogged down by sketching on 7 different layers, definitely not. Absolutely not. You don't need more than one layer for sketching. You don't need more than one layer for coloring. You don't need more than one layer for line art. Unless you want to do some weird artistic layer game thing with your drawing, something that you absolutely cannot do with one layer, then sure, you can use several layers. But unless it's an absolutely dire necessity, I personally see no reason for using more than one layer. In fact, it hinders you, slows you down. Unless you're also the kind of artist who has come up with dozens of keyboard shortcuts for creating and switching through layers, and yeah, if you're that comfortable with working with layers, then great, all more power to you. Usually, more layers usually mean more trouble with tracking everything. Also, this song that is playing right now is one of my favorites in this whole album. I'm gonna go quiet for you guys to enjoy it. And now, move on to panel 2. But before I do, I just wanted to go back and point out a couple things here first. The first thing that you might start thinking when you see this sketching style is that the lines are not super consistent in thickness, that is. Because as it turns out, I'm not necessarily drawing lines. I'm drawing big areas of either black and white, and those big areas of black and white, they form a picture. And in doing so, you will notice that like this line here is much thinner than this line here, for example. So every single line, they are just all over the place as far as thickness goes. But it doesn't really matter. And the reason why the line thickness doesn't really matter is because whenever you get to, for example, whenever I'm doing the line art, I will have my brush already on a specific size, and if I'm going to draw this line here, it doesn't matter if I go a little bit further to the left or a little bit further to the right. So long as I'm within the ballpark of this line, the drawing will still look okay. And that's why I sketch using this style, is because it can be a little bit more... I can be a little bit more free with the position of things. I don't need to be super duper concerned about getting the placement and position of every single element super tightly. Which is the reason why this method is faster for sketching, because if you're sketching using lines, you end up getting a little too caught up on placement of said lines. And what with getting caught on the position, on the placement and the position of the lines, you keep going back, erasing and redrawing, and do that over and over and over several many times until you're finally satisfied with the thing and the position and the place and everything else. But little do you know, you lost a lot of time fiddling with the sketch that you would have a chance to fix already in the line art phase. It wasn't super duper necessary to go through it wasn't necessary to perfect the sketch like you said, Shadow. In the sketch phase. Doesn't need. So long as it's in the ballpark of what you want, everything will be alright. Oh my word. Hold on. Wow. Never has this happened to me before. Random frog showing up inside my bedroom. Out of nowhere. I know, I couldn't really pet the frog. The frog was kind of jumping around too fast for me to even realize what the heck was going on. Just had time to open the door and kind of guide it towards it. and then hop it goes. Absolutely haywire into the yard, to the front yard. But anyways, hello there, Garden Normie on YouTube. Hi, how's it going? He said, hey Douglas, I would like to know how did you come around to learning shape language? I'm new to painting as well. What things I should practice or focus on? Love your style, by the way. Why, thank you very much. Shape language. That's not something I paid a whole lot of attention to, really. Shape language is a little bit more, it's a little bit more important and a little bit more, what's the word? It's more necessary for you to have a grasp on when you're doing things like stylized, a stylized character, cartoons and this and that. And that is mostly because the thing with shape language in a more realistic art style, which is what I try and do, is that realistically people look very, very, very bland. If you take a look at like real world, you will see that people usually have a like bland regular body styles, whereas in cartoons and stylized things, everyone has like very different shapes going on. Like a burly character is usually top heavy. A more athletic person is probably more very slender, very long as well, kind of lanky. And you know, characters that are more nice, they have more nice, like personality-wise, they have more round shapes going on. Characters that are not as nice, not as fun, not as friendly, they have more hard edges, straight edges, or pointy shapes going on in their shape. I can't give you any example from the top of my head, but that's like a big thing in a shape language that you learn in stylized art styles. That's where it's usually more interesting. Other than that, as far as shape languages go in the way that I draw, it's more so trying to get the silhouette right. And getting the silhouette right has a lot to do with the character is never just standing there. The character is always doing like a pose or an expression, and you want just the silhouette to convey as much emotion as you possibly can. You should be able to tell if someone is happy or sad just by looking at a silhouette. And then, of course, whenever you go into the details, you start to put more nuances into it, and this and that. But you want to make sure that the silhouette is very readable. So here, for example, I'm going to draw both Francis and Bradley. Francis should be looking happy and upbeat, and kind of open, quote unquote, as he's talking to Bradley. He wants to show that like he's really paying attention and listening to Bradley, so he has to have an approachable feeling to him. And Bradley, as always, is just kind of like soaking a little bit, but also listening to Francis. And this is something I have to get, quote unquote, here just in the silhouette itself. So that also has to do a lot with what direction are the characters looking, because I want to be able to show both of their expressions at the same time, but that's tricky to do. So I'm also trying to come up with an angle that showcases Bradley's expressions as well as Francis' expression. And Shadow, I don't know that everyone is Bara. But everyone does look very similar. Really get closer. That's the thing with realistic people and such. The problem with realism is that it's hard. It's harder to highlight some things, especially when it comes to characters, because everyone looks the same, realistically speaking. So that's always like a challenge with illustrating realistic characters, making them look right. And of course, always have to exaggerate some things here and there to get them make them recognizable. Because after all, we are working a little bit within the realms of imagination here, drawing intro characters. We can exaggerate a thing or two, and also not only exaggerate a thing or two, but you can always also like define the character species based on their personalities or how they're mostly going to portray themselves. One reason I don't like to repeat character species is because it also gives me an excuse and a reason to practice drawing other animals and learning them. But also, what with drawing different species characters, it's much easier for me and for the reader to differentiate who is who. Like, I would think it's nearly impossible for anyone to confuse Bradley and Francis if they're in the same panel or page. With other stories, for example, like with the Golden Week, whenever we had Scott and his brother Sean show up, you could get a little bit confused by like who's who. You wouldn't, ideally, because you've just spent like 6-ish, well, 4 or 5 editions looking at Scott's face, so at the point that Sean is introduced, you're pretty familiar with Scott already to confuse him. For a new reader that just kind of pops up on that page, you could get a little bit of confusion going on. And not talking about like characteristics necessarily, because visually they look different, but we're talking like just body pose, silhouettes and such. It's a bit easier. Shadow, you ask if I'm Bara or Daddy shaped. I'm dog shaped. Ah. It's always fun to introduce like height difference to characters. I really have not been paying a lot of attention to other furry comics out there to see if artists are doing this, but I think it is less of a interesting thing to do. Like, oh, my characters have different heights, but I think it's actually necessary. Adding height difference between characters already adds a greater level of dynamism or art. Never have to draw two characters interacting, like talking or whatever. They have to look up or look down, and that already like influences their expression and body language a lot. Because you can look down aggressively, or you can look down uh, submissively, I guess. It's a word. You can look up also aggressively. You can also have your head down while still looking up, or having your head up while looking down. And those height dynamics are very interesting to explore. I could leave. Shadow, you said that it's always a dog and a wolf with most comics. I don't know about that. I mean, then again, I haven't really been paying attention to comics, but I would think there's a lot more variety of animals going on.
Didn't think I deserved any better. No simple escape from the black. My masters were sold from the way that I bore on my back. But you banished the shadows when you opened up the door.
And over at YouTube, Garden Normio asks, "What's a Bara?" It's a body type. It's where a character is very burly and usually muscular. Instead of like the athletic muscular, is the stocky muscular. That's the Bara. Also, how about painting? How should I research and practice? That's a tricky question. Depends on how you go about painting. Really. There's a lot of good tutorials on YouTube. I really like the ones by Marco Bucci. They're very instructive, very like bite-sized tutorials and guides. I really like them. Very instructive. Definitely recommend you give them a look. And then if you're for digital painter, I guess the best way to research is to see if you can find like artists out there who have done like any manner of painting, and see if you can get like the original files of the art. Sometimes a lot of artists like to post their drawings and they post their files along with the drawing for people to study them, and you can see if they're doing things by using layers or not. Because one thing that can really trick people up with digital painting is that, oh, it looks digital painting style, but when you see it's actually just a bunch of layers used in a specific way to make it look like painting, and that can get kind of deceiving, not in a bad way, but for novices and starting artists, can get a little bit overwhelming to see like this incredibly well done painting and to think I need to do all of this in one layer. Sometimes that's not the case. It's good to look into that. Now, if you're a traditional painter, I think the best way to to research, is to look at time lapses to see how other artists are doing. On YouTube, there's a bunch of time lapses of people painting, drawing, and seeing showing this is my process. Like I said, definitely check out Marco Bucci. He's a painter and does a lot of interesting stuff. But there's others. Take your pick. But as for practice, usually I would say pick a subject that you like and do it. Try not to think too much about it. in the sense of what am I going to draw, what I'm going to practice. Just pick something that you like. If you're a fan of a video game, a TV show, something, just like try and draw the character. And see where that takes you. Probably someplace nice. Probably you'll end up learning a lot. Otherwise, as far as practice go, just also, well, not just, but also try not to get too caught up in the result. Like, it has to be like those other time lapses I've seen. It has to be at least this, should at least look like this before it's good. You have to consider and remember that art is a very, very, very bumpy road, and there's gonna be highs and lows. So the important is to keep at it. If art is something that you're passionate about, keep at it. Practicing as much as you can. Always trying to take inspiration from different things. So sometimes try to draw like real things. Sometimes try to come up with something different and original. Like, today I'm gonna do fan art of Final Fantasy, but now I'm going to actually practice lighting shadow from this photo that I took in a train station or something. And try everything. Usually I would say to focus on a specific subject that you want to study, so like characters or landscapes or vehicles or like hard surfaces / mechanical stuff. Focus on the subject that matters the most, then just go on trying to get that done. And Shadow, you say mostly dogs, wolves, and tigers, and if not those, then it's in a roar. That is a thing. I forget that there's a lot of comics that are like, this character from that is a thing. And Puss, hello, welcome. How are you doing today? How's it going? Nice to see you here. I say, just watching Silent while also watching robots fight themselves apart on BattleBots. Sure. Sure. Hope it's hope the BattleBots are going well for you. I, on the other hand, am drawing Ying pointing at a ball. And the reason why I'm trying this differently here now is because I did draw the silhouette before Francis pointing at Bradley with only one hand, and it looked very accusative and unfriendly, so I decided, you know what, let me have both hands up. It looks more friendly. Another way to make this more friendly looking is if I raise his elbows a little bit. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. That's great to hear. But how it goes with the battle bots is because I know very little about the subject. Is this like a random exhibition match? Is this like a match in a championship where the winner gets to go battle other more stronger robots somewhere, like a regular championship, or is this just like practice? Is it just for show? Like, hey, let's test out our new robots and see how they go. What's the nature of the match that you're watching? Or is there such a thing even in BattleBots? Is that a thing that happens? One thing that I find very odd with BattleBots is the well, not necessarily BattleBots specifically, but with the concept of BattleBots, is that it's a like you see that in the movies, in I forget the name of that movie with the guy, the kid, and the BattleBot, but like a mecha or something. I don't even remember the name, but it's like an actually action, live action movie. But then there's also the BattleBots things at the beginning of Big Hero 6. And when I was younger, I was 100% sure that, like, ah, that's gonna be the sport of the future. Everyone's gonna be doing that. It's gonna be like Metabots. But no, today battle robots exist. That is a thing that exists and people do, but it's like this is very small niche. Not like animes will have you think, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, that everyone and their mothers are playing card game. Like, no, it's a niche thing. It's easier to find someone that doesn't play it than find someone that does. I'm like, oh man, my predictions for the future were 100% wrong. And plus, it said that no, it's a new season right now. We're just seeing the fights before the championships. I see, so exhibition match. Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah, but going a little bit further on your question, Garden Army, another thing I would also suggest as far as painting goes, like research and study and practice, is to definitely 100% practice and study the fundamentals. The fundamentals are called fundamentals because you need to know them. Fundamental, let you know the art. And the fundamentals are things like light and shadow, anatomy, perspective, a little bit of color theory as well. It's really important to get a good grasp on the fundamentals, mostly because if you have very strong and solid fundamentals, you're hardly anything is gonna trip you up. If you don't get a good grasp on fundamentals, and every now and then you're gonna come up against some manner of obstacle that is going to really give you a headache. You're gonna get stuck trying to figure out how do I go around this? How do I fix this? Why does this looks weird? I don't understand. How do I do better? And it's really after you get a better grasp at the fundamentals that you stop getting tripped up by those things and you start to get a better grasp on how to do certain. And also, brushing up in your fundamentals also helps you observe and understand the world around you a little bit better. Every once in a while, whenever you're out and about searching for inspiration, it will happen that you will look around and be like, what around me can I draw, paint, illustrate, practice, sketch? And if you have good fundamentals, you'll be better able to see things around you. Really catches your attention and are really interesting to see, look at. Or rather, it's not that you will get like supervision and you'll start to see things you can, but rather that a lot of things you were able to see before and think, ah, that's interesting, that's kind of neat. You wouldn't necessarily understand why that catches your attention so, but after you brush up on your fundamentals and get a better understanding for them, you start to realize why is it that those things are more pleasing to look at and more interesting to illustrate than other such things. And it's that understanding that helps you push forward and start and keep on making breakthroughs with art. Definitely something to keep in mind. Even if you have like a different background in art or different objectives and goals in mind as far as art is concerned, it's still interesting to brush up on the fundamentals. Like, if your gift is just character drawing, character illustration, and you're only gonna be drawing characters, period. It's still good to go back and look into the fundamentals of perspective. It's definitely boring because you will think like, ah, perspective, that has nothing to do with drawing characters. But it's still interesting and important to know. Ipuyo says it's a bit late, need to prepare the things to go to sleep. See ya. Well, have a good night, Ipu. Muito obrigado por aparecer. Espero que você tenha aproveitado a live e aprendido uma coisa ou outra ou 10 sobre desenhos e always, like I was saying, always good to brush up on your. Also, hello there. Boa noite, Juan. Bem com você? Shadow, you said that I sounded like a gringo just now. What do you mean? Sounded like myself. I don't understand what you're talking about. Shadow, you said also that it's not easy to draw a character in perspective, you're always confused. Try it. Perspective is tricky, exactly. Hence why you need to work on your fundamentals of perspective. Because, like, if you're drawing a character on a void, it's easy. Well, not easy. But once you grasp like what a character is and how to draw a character, it's easier to draw a character in a void, and it's just the character and that's it. But if you want to go forward with art, eventually you will want to draw your character in a scene, interact with it with other characters or with something. And when it gets to that, you will probably think like, ah, wouldn't it be nice if this character could like get something on top of a table, but why does this table looks like it's not like it's in another dimension? Why does everything looks weird and alien? It's because, you know, should get a better grasp on perspective. The only true way to really grasp is to study it, practice it. And you know, practicing things that are not your favorite subject matter are super boring and annoying, but it's a necessity. You really need to. You really need to study those things. And never know, sometimes you can find interesting, fun ways of studying those things. Sempre bom ver que você também tá desenhando. Qual é a boa da vez? Also, I think that now sorry, I had a disconnection. Huh, weird how that happened, huh? Figure. I don't even remember what I was saying. But yeah, now that the drawing is shaping up a little bit better, now that we're out of the silhouette zone and back into have crossed into more tangible drawing zone, I can understand a little bit better that which I was saying of if the silhouette conveys what you want, then the drawing itself is probably going to carry that same message still, no matter how many details you add. So getting the silhouette in place really helpful. And Grandpa Puma says you're always doing great art. I'm not. Sometimes I do bad art. Thank you. What you think? How's it going, by the way? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. And when I say bad art, I mean like that one time I did a Rule 34 art of Cappy from Super Mario. Let's see. Garden Normie over there at the YouTube chat. I hope these questions aren't annoying. I heard some artists don't like it, but I can't help it. I love asking questions about things. I'm learning, studying in advance how to practice an art style. No, not at all. I mean, I don't mind people asking me questions about art. It's just really kinda iffy with me, mostly because I didn't learn art in an academy environment. I didn't have teachers telling me how to do things. I didn't get like books with steps that I followed or anything like that. Didn't really get much in that way of academically learning about art. So most of how I learned was just by sheer stubbornness, just hitting my head against the wall, trying different things, just looking around and trying to come up with something. And while it worked for me the way that I've done it, it's definitely not the prime way to learn art, not the best way to learn art. I feel kind of weird saying like, this is the way to do it, because I don't really have much property to talk about those things. I don't know if that if what worked for me will work for anyone else. So that's why I'm kind of when talking about art. But I don't mind answering questions. Like I said, I just worry that I might be giving false information because something that worked for me, and I think, oh wow, for me this is very important, might not be for you because I don't know exactly what you intend to do with art. Always go your different places. Furthermore, the only other thing that really gripes me about trying to teach someone about stuff is if I go over and explain like, no, this is the way to do it, blah blah blah, you do it like this and like that, and focus on those things, and then the person ignores what I say. And well, there's like there is some merit in while there is some merit in being independent and like getting opinions but then going your own way, it's still like not a good feeling when you ask me a question, I spend a lot of time explaining something, and then I learned that you didn't follow what I said, so like I would just waste the time. That can lead to like, ugh. Olá, Irando, boa noite. Eu já assisti um anime chamado Odd Taxi. Não, nunca ouvi falar desse anime. Eu não costumo assistir coisas, pra ser sincero com você. Nunca ouvi falar. Até os mais grandes e mais comuns, tipo Beastars, eu nunca assisti. Eu assisti 3 episódios só. Mas... Qual a ideia desse Odd Taxi? O que acontece? Shadow says you can't learn like that. Your brain just randomly decides that now you know how to draw. I don't think that's how it works. I don't want to be the authority on, no, this is how art works, man, and tell you that no, that's not how it is, or yes, this is absolutely how it is. But I think that there's a lot when it comes to learning art. I think you need to be in a like good disposition for learning. That specific day you need to be like, yes, I'm willing and open to learn, and then go through the new things. And that's like only the first thing. The second thing though is that I think that after some time of drawing, you do make steady progress. If you're actually paying attention to what you're doing, you do make steady progress in your art. However, eventually someday you realize, oh, I have been making steady progress. My art looks better now. Cool, that's nice. But then, because you understand that your art is better, you start to ask more of yourself, and then everything that you do starts to look worse. And it's like, oh no, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but my drawings are not really connecting and working. And then you keep trying to improve until one day you do improve. Like, oh, now I know how to do art. And then you're happy, and then the cycle repeats. Kind of like that. And there's a lot of ups and downs. Shadow, you have have classes first thing in the morning? Sure thing. See you later. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good one. For keeping us all company. Furthermore, no, I don't. I'm not a fan of watching things. So, even if you do somehow find a way to come to my house, I will probably not watch anything. But, have a good one, bye! Irando, você perguntou se eu não curto animes. Não é bem animes, mas também, mas é mais que eu não curto assistir coisas mesmo. Não sou muito... Eu tenho ansiedade galopante, então eu não consigo ficar parado assistindo algo. Se está sempre em movimento ou interagindo com alguma coisa, não consigo parar pra realmente ver alguma coisa. Se eu não estiver fazendo alguma outra coisa no mesmo. E algumas coisas, tipo anime e tal, é difícil de eu parar pra ver porque eu não consigo não focar na coisa. Tipo, Eu gosto de assistir algumas coisas que eu consigo deixar meio que de som de fundo quando eu tô fazendo outra coisa. Ao invés de ter que parar e realmente focar. Porque se eu paro e realmente foco na coisa, eu começo a roer as unhas. Eu já destruí muito as mãos ao unha vendo anime, então. Sorry, Grandpa Puma. Several minutes ago, you asked, "Doing good here." That's great to hear. Hope you're. I'm glad that you're doing well. And you ask, "How about myself?" I'm not doing good, not at all. I'm honestly going through a bout of depression. It's been a while now. Trying to keep productive. That's the only thing I can do. So, illustrating this new comic page, getting it ready for tomorrow. See if I can keep my schedules up. Irando, você disse que ficou sabendo que vai ter um reboot do SWAT Cats? Sim, eu também ouvi falar, mas eu nunca nem assisti o original também, então realmente não sei de nada. Eu sei coisa ou outra sobre os SWAT Cats, mas eu nunca vi, não assisti, então. Provavelmente eu vou acabar também nem não assistindo quando sair, sabe? Grandpa Puma says, "Sorry to hear that, buddy." I mean, there's not much that can be done about it. It is what it is, unfortunately. But thank you for the sentiment. Glad that you sympathize with it. But I should be better eventually. Those bouts of depression, they come and go. Sometime I'll feel better. Just need to find some time to organize my feelings, really. And that I haven't had the time to organize my feelings, but sometimes they're a little bit too jumbled and you need extra time. Ando, você usa o Clip Studio Paint? Sim, eu uso. Não faço ideia de qual versão, se é a EX ou se é a Pro. É a EX, na real. Mas não tem muita diferença entre as duas versões. Tem algumas coisas outras aqui e ali que são mais interessantes se você tem a versão EX, mas nada em questão de que você consegue fazer de fato. É mais umas funções mais interessantes para exportar arquivos e tal, mas no geral a versão, qualquer uma das duas versões vai te permitir fazer o mesmo tipo de arte. E eu prefiro. Eu usava o Photoshop antes, mas crashava muito, daí eu parei de usar o Photoshop e comecei a usar o Paint Tool Sai. Paint Tool Sai eu não gostei nem um pouco, por causa do... Vários problemas começaram a dar. Um deles, inclusive, era justamente o problema de que eu não conseguia salvar arquivos. E por aí, eu fui começando a dar vários problemas. E aí eu descobri o Clip Studio. Eu já tinha tentado ele uma vez, há muito tempo atrás, quando ele era um mangá studio. Não tinha gostado muito, tipo, tinha muita função, muito menu pra todo lado. Eu fiquei... Não quero não. Mas aí depois eu tentei de novo e aí eu achei ele mais interessante. Depois da segunda vez, que eu tava mais já voltado pra fazer quadrinho mesmo, eu falei, interessante, tem umas funções interessantes aqui, gostei. Vi que ele tinha régua de perspectiva, eu falei, nossa, legal. Vou tentar usar, e eu tentei. Então, eu tô usando o Clip Studio Paint desde 2015, fazem 8 anos, eu acho. 7, 8 anos. Bastante tempo. Tô usando mais o Clip Studio do que eu já passei tempo usando o Photoshop e o Paint Tool, sai. Eu vou continuar. É um programa muito. So now I have the full-on sketch of Francis. Now time to draw Bradley. And in this case, I could have started with either, but I think it was better for me and for everything in general to start with Francis, because I think that Francis's position informs the panel much more than Bradley's position. I think that drawing Francis first is the way to go with this. Because sometimes whenever you're doing like these panels with multiple characters, understanding and knowing which character you're gonna draw first really really helps. Ando, você disse que as ferramentas dele são boas demais? Sim. Photoshop ainda tem algumas ferramentas de pincel que são interessantes, elas funcionam de uma forma melhor. Não sei exatamente o que, nem porquê, mas elas são melhores. Alguns pincéis são mais interessantes. Mas tem vários outros pincéis no Clip Studio que também são muito. A questão é só você conseguir configurar eles do jeito certo. Tá bom. And also, hello there, Sam. Would draw some big Bradley. I will try and do that. Getting through it right now, as it turns out. I have to figure out some things about him to go through it. Because I think the weird thing with Bradley really is that he's not super expressive, like not a big body language kind of guy, and that is valid for characters. You can have a character whose characteristic is precisely that they're not very expressive. So you can shirk off being super expressive with them at times. Are we done with the playlist? Are done with the playlist? Dang, who would have thunked? Been here for 1 hour and a half listening to Growing Up soundtrack, a game that's up on Steam, so you all should hit it up. Pretty good game. Let's go to everyone's favorite, The Sims soundtrack from 1999. And yes, Leo, there should be music playing. I lowered the volume because it was a little bit too loud for me. I don't know why. I mean, I have no proper way of double checking the audio, seeing if it's too loud or not. Last time I was doing this stream, someone said that my voice was too low compared to the music. So I decided to err in the way of keeping the music low. Hopefully it's a bit better now. But then again, since I'm not really listening to anything, I could just increase the music volume a little. Increase the computer volume. And, you know, just do some weird audio mixing here to make everything work out. So, in fact, I think I might even just go ahead and do that. Increase the volume of the music up to 10. Then lower the volume so I can actually listen to myself. So let me know if this song music is too loud. I have no way of knowing. Really, truly, I have no way of knowing. How are you doing, by the way? Like I was saying, ideally you are able to make do with having a character that isn't super expressive. If that is their thing, and in the scene there is another character who is doing the expression. In this case, Bradley is in the scene along with Francis, and Francis is just ridiculously expressive, both face-wise, but also body language-wise. He's very expressive. So I think that if both him and Bradley were being super expressive, they would be like competing for attention and space scene, and that's not good. In fact, it's actually good that it is good that only Francis's expressions are shining here. Bradley kind of looks a little bit more mopey. Yeah, you said that it's fine now to you, and you are good. That's great. Glad to hear both of those things. Hope you like the same soundtrack, because that's what we're listening to right now. And like I was saying, since this is something that came like from the very beginning, when I was still drawing the silhouette and trying to determine like expressions and everything. Since for me, Francis's expressions are the most important one in this panel, mainly because he's the active talker in this panel, because there's only 2 speech bubbles in the scene, and both of them belongs to Francis. So I think it's more important that he is the central face. I did mention before at the beginning of this panel that I wanted both characters to be facing the camera, that's so you can see their expressions. But you can't do that realistically. You can't have 2 characters facing the camera and also each other. So the sideways thing, the best they could do. And someone would have to be full on sideways. I decided that would be Bradley because Francis is the star here. And Leo, you said poor Bradley has been the worst with his ex. True, I think. Yes, he's definitely been kind of troublesome. Also, hello there, Big Pa Wolf. all the grandfathers are coming out to play, it would seem. How's it going? How are you doing? Stream. Can't say that because previously Grandpa Puma also around. It's a funny coincidence. I'm glad to hear that you're doing okay. Big Paul, welcome. You enjoyed the stream. I'm drawing the new page of Call It What You Want, Part 2. Story in which Bradley and Francis, they talk to one another and weird things happen. The fact that this is the story where exclusively Bradley talks to Francis and weird things happen. Which is interesting if you think about it for a hot second. That I don't know, like the exact definitions of the genres, but it's interesting that if it's a comic, they call it slice of life, but if it's a TV show, they call it a sitcom. Even though both are kind of about the same theory. A show where people are talking to one another and it's happened. Sad conversations are had. Except that, you know, in a TV show they can extrapolate a little bit more of the environments and stuff. As for comics, there aren't that many I call them industry comics because they're the comics made by the people in the industry and they're sold by like the big publishers. I don't know if there's an actual term, but I call them industry comics to differentiate the comics I make, and I make them independently. So it's harder to see. I don't think I see it nearly as often. Slice of life comics in industry comics. They're usually like kind of. There's always some manner of grandeur going on with them. Again, it's not like I've read a lot. I think that the ones I've read the most are also some of the. One of them was Alex plus Ada, which was the story of this guy that falls in love with a robot, an android rather, and then jailbreaks her into allowing her to have a consciousness, and then things get weird from them. Go figure what's up with that comic. Hello there, Green Stag, welcome. How are you doing? The other comic that I read is Sex Criminals, which is great. It's the story of this couple that are just like they meet. Oh, they each individually know that they have this power that whenever they climax, they can freeze time. And when they meet and find out that they both have this power, and it's like, oh wow, the both of us can stop time when we climax. So if we climax together, the two of us can just stay together during like time stop land. And then they realize, no, we should do something with this power of ours. How about we go and rob banks? Like, cool, let's go. And the other comic is Archie, the reboot of Archie comics. That I read some pages of. And like it or not, Archie Comics is the only one that gets into actual slice of life territory. Everything else is like, there's superpowers, there's weird alternative time futures going on. It's not slice of life, it's not relatable. Could be though, I don't know. Like, could be a slice of life, not necessarily relatable. I don't think we'll be relating to the androids until much later. And there's some other comics too that I tried to start reading. Most of them, none of them were really about like slice of life things and situations. They were all about like, not necessarily superhero stories because I hate superhero stories, but all of them were about something grand, something big, some manner of adventure going on. So none of them is what we could consider a slice of life, let's say. Not to say that there isn't. There aren't. But they're not. Something interesting also that happened to me once is that I took writing classes some time ago, like back in 2017. And the guy who was teaching the classes, oh, not the guy who was teaching the writing classes, the guy who was teaching the drawing classes, he looked at some of my stories, my comics, my scripts, and was like, huh, your stories are interesting in the regard that they don't end with a big bang, they just like end. Like, and then it's a long conversation between character A and character 2, and then eventually 2 says something. That's it. That's like the conclusion. That's the end of the story. And like, whoa, that's wild. That's weird. Like, it's certainly not something he's a fan of, but he like, I guess this is valid. It was interesting to see that. E boa noite pra você, Juan. Tenha bom sonho. Boa noite e até a próxima. Tchau, tchau. Green Stag, you're taking some downtime after some job hunting for spring. Oh no. What do you mean job hunting for spring? Are you looking for something temporary or you're hunting for jobs during spring, and then if you're hoping that said search doesn't extend into summer? We're mostly curious about the wording there. But definitely, yeah, it's I imagine it's late for you. It's 11:33 for me in the evening. I imagine it's late for everyone. You're enjoying your evening to rest quite a lot. You're looking for some seasonal jobs with landscaping. That makes... I imagine there would be Imagine there would be a lot of plants growing up like crazy nowadays. People would be hiring landscapers way more than what. And yeah, it's here in Brazil. It's not fall yet, I don't think. I believe it's still summer until the 20th. Somewhere around the end of March, that's when the seasons change. And then it'll be fall for us. And yes, those of you who are joining in, we are 100% listening to The Sims 1 music. I absolutely love it. Beast. It's great. And also, it's not copyrighted or MCA-able. Oh, best quote-unquote royalty-free music. Besides, I really like those. They're great. Trying to figure out Francis's expression for this pen. I think I'm gonna. Sorry. I'm gonna pull an Emily from the homonymous movie Emily. Or the Cabello Distinto Emily. I don't know if it's the cover, but it's one of the promotional pictures where she's like holding up a spoon. Just one of the biggest greens there is. Not green, but like a very very interesting smile, I'd say. I wanna do something like that. Am I gonna be able to pull it off? Nobody knows. Find out after this commercial. What is this? Have some. Know where your toothpaste is. What brand it is. Absolutely 100% check it out. Has it expired? Do toothpaste even have expiration dates? Do you know? Better check it out. Just to give you guys a little bit of heads up, I'm going to try and draw Francis looking upwards towards Bradley. Like two thumbs up really close to his face while he's also doing. smile. And Green Stag, you said that this subtractive drawing style is super cool. Thank you. It's certainly definitely new. It's not something I've been doing for a long time. A technique that I've grasped very recently, but I've 100% fallen in love with it. It's I love it. Quickly sketching up the page. Gotta remember to push out his cheeks a little bit because of his smiling very widely. So the muscles in his mouth or his face are pushing up his cheeks to curl up that smile. And this is how he really sells his expressions, by making sure that things are where they realistically should be. Consider someone's. I have to keep dancing around the canvas quite a lot, like I'm doing. Panning left to right and this and that. To observe in the entirety of the canvas and the drawing. Various angles, zoom levels, and this and that, just to make super double for sure that everything's in place. tricky sometimes to find the specific angle to best see the possible mistake that you might have committed this particular panel. Because just because you can't see doesn't mean that there's no mistakes. There definitely is someone, this one somewhere. And it's just by doing this flipping, dancing around the canvas so much that you can find all of them. What do we do when we find them? Find those little mistakes. We determine two things. First, is it really a big mistake? Is it something that definitely really breaks the entire thing? Because if it isn't, you can. Chances are most people won't see it. Unless they examine a particular panel / page really thoroughly. Specifically looking for these mistakes. And nobody got that kind of free time on their hands. Sometimes some mistakes you can just forget about them. If they're not detracting. They're not detracting from the drawing, from the illustration, and just let them be. And you stop to ponder and wonder, and you ask, "Hey, Doug, why would you not go back to fix a mistake?" Let me tell you, my little inquisitive friend, the reason why you don't go back to fix all mistakes is because a lot of those mistakes can be fixed later, post. By post I mean during the line art. Because right now this is a very rough sketch. Only after I'm thoroughly done with the sketch and I start to go back into the line art that I see, hey, this thing looks weird or doesn't look super right. Why don't I go and just fix it now? I was thinking about movies there for a second and got distracted. So why don't I fix this mistake now that I'm already in the line art phase and I'm already going over the sketch anyways? Fix this mistake right now. And if you think about it like that, then you will see the reason to not fix the mistake here in the sketch. Because sketch is, after all, just a guideline for the line art that will come later. It happens, though, that sometimes you want to make sure that your sketch is super duper clean, then yeah, let's go back to this mistake. Or if the mistake is so big that you can't just fix it in line art just from what it is. Sometimes the guidelines are a little bit too fuzzy and you can't quite be guided by them, so you have to go back and fix it. Otherwise, you can just let it be and not fix the mistake until later. Sometimes, though, the thing with the mistake is that it's something weirdly different that you are not entirely sure on how to fix. You know that it's wrong, but you don't know exactly why it's wrong. Or you know exactly why it is wrong, but it's not something you can easily fix. Sometimes some things are wrong because of like perspective, angles, this and that. And those things are a little bit harder to fix because they involve redrawing a huge portion of the drawing and just don't want to. Sometimes it's better to just let the mistake be, live with it, than to go back and redo the whole thing. And those are the moments in which you think, is anyone else going to notice it? They are how easy it's going to be for them. Because if it's not easy at all, then sure, don't fix the mistake at all. Of course, some people are the perfectionist kinds that will like, no, I will not accept a mistake in my drawing. I will go back and fix all of them. And sure, that is very honorable. Absolutely no problem with going back and fixing mistakes. But when you're doing a comic and you have deadlines and you have to push a page out every week, sometimes you can't give yourself that luxury of fixing every single mistake. So knowing whether or not the mistake is a necessity to fix is a big thing in deciding how you're going to approach a certain drawing. Or this is a specific stage of the drawing, the sketch, or what have you. Like it or not, a lot of people don't say this, but being an artist is hard. I'm not super convinced on this drawing here, so I think I'm gonna try and change Francis's expression, better sell it. A lot of those things are also lots of try and error going on too. Believe it or not. Half the time I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing. Just trying. Alright, and albeit, even though it looks a little bit weird not super duper happy with how it did. I think that trying to fix it take longer. Will take a lot of time, and I prefer to just go with it the way that it is. I don't think it looks that bad or that weird. And the general feeling of the panel is there. If anything, I think that the only thing might be the size of the hand. By making them a touch bigger. One of the things that I feel like might have been a problem there, the fact that you can't quite see Princess's neck. It felt like his neck was too thin, but couldn't have been. The problem is that the hands were aligning, thumbs, effective, were aligning too well with the place where the edge of his neck should have been at. And not being able to see his neck link, rather, with made the drawing altogether look very, very odd. This might give it a better look. Right. There we go. Third panel is done. Huh. But now, while you guys enjoy those 3 panels out of this, how many is this? 8 panels page. I'm gonna go stretch myself a little bit, and I'll be back in like a couple of minutes. Just need to do a little bit of stretching, and also check out my clothes. They have finished watching, and I need to, do stuff to them. I'll be right back. Well. Alright. I'm somewhat back. Somewhat because on top of everything that's going on, I also happen to have cake. Cake is great. And good with the whole cake having situation because I'm a tad hungry, so I could use a cake. Definitely good to keep up the energies while I get to finish working on this page. It might look like I'm getting a lot of headway there with doing these 3 panels, but I need to do all the other 5 panels. Do the line art, color, shading, lettering is already done. Thank Doc for that. Well, there's a lot of steps ahead before I'm done with this nonsense. But until then, yeah, I'm gonna keep on streaming until I'm as done with this as I can because I need to post this page by tomorrow. So while I'm here and you guys are here, I'm having my cake. Tell me more about yourselves. How is everyone's evening going? How are you guys doing? And how are things on your guys' end? Let me know. I don't know if anyone is aware of what a shuho is. It's a little dessert that is like a crust, a pastry crust made with like just regular pastry stuff. Although there's like cinnamon in the dough, so the whole thing has a very strong taste of cinnamon all throughout. And then there's a filling that you put in the shuho, and it can be all kinds of things, like chocolate, strawberry, whatever filling you fancy. But most usually and classically, the filling is I don't know what it's called in English. Like cooked condensed milk. Not cooked, like pressure cooked condensed milk. It's called some of you might know it as dulce de leche. In any case, that's a regular filling for shuho. And the thing that they have done now is make a cake that the dough is made with cinnamon. And there's like just little dollops of this pressure cooked condensed milk on top of it to give this the shuho vibe, but without being an actual shuho. So it's pretty great. It is also pretty like fluffy, being a cake, whereas a shuho is usually like it is kind of deep fried for a moment, so the outside is a little bit crispy. If you are wondering, yes, I'm still munching on that cake. I was quite hungry, so I got myself a big serving. It also doesn't help that I'm a very slow chewer. I like chew. Make sure that I'm chewing my food properly. It helps. It's good for your overall health. Chew very slow. Don't take your time when you're having food. And I've been doing that my whole life. And I have yet to see it bring me any problems. Aside from, living in a world full of impatient people. But it's good if I make my own schedule, so don't mind. And I'm finally done with my cake. It was great. And we are also almost done with the second playthrough of this playlist. The Sims 1 build mode songs. So it would be nice to get some new playing. I'm not gonna play again the Growing Up soundtrack, mostly because there's a lot of vocal tracks in there, and it's hard for me to concentrate on talking while there's some vocals playing in the back. And I will be playing my royalty-free for videos. Lots of everyone's favorite. Lots and lots and lots of elevator music and other such things. Especially curated for videos, live streams, and such. I think it's about like 1.5 hours of just royalty-free songs playing. I think it's about 1.5 hours. It could be more. I gathered them up forever ago. So instead of waiting for the song to finish, I'm just going to play the other one. Starting with a Stranger Thing, which I still believe is meant to be like a something based off of Stranger Things. Could be. Don't know if it is though, but who knows. In any case, back to drawing. Let's see. Hey there, Garden Normie on YouTube comments. You ask, how did you study and form my current art style? That's a tricky one. Like I said previously, I didn't get to study art traditionally, go to an academy or school or anything. Had a teacher or an instructor or anyone to guide me through art. It was mostly following guys I find online, YouTube videos, just whatever was at hand at the time, and pretty much just studying on my own, just finding out what I wanted to get better at, and practicing that pretty much. In fact, two big things that made me better at drawing, I would say, is that back in 2009, I think. So yeah, I did a thing that was like one drawing a week. Every week I was doing one drawing, and that forced me to draw a lot. And I did a lot of drawings, and throughout that time I did a lot of improving because I was always like trying new things as well. I wasn't just drawing, I was drawing but also trying out new things. And then on top of that, after that one drawing a week challenge was done, next year came by, or not next year, a few years later, back in 2012, I started to do my first comic, The Golden Week, and my objective of that comic was to make like 2 pages a week, I believe it was. It's a lot. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do 2 pages a week. Every week, 2 pages, let's go. And I started doing that, and except for some time there when I stopped for a while because of reasons, I was always in that schedule of making 2 or making a comic page every week. So every week I was drawing a comic, and I think that because of the way the comics work in a certain fashion, there's a lot of feedback that was coming back as part of that, and a lot of people were telling me like, hey, I like this, I don't like that, about the story, this and that. And I was also trying to look a little bit more into other comics out there, see what the other artists were doing, and slowly over time I started to improve my own style by seeing what my peers, the other artists, what they were doing, and adapting and changing my style accordingly to both what people were doing that I thought, this is nice, I want to do that too, but also my own perspective of art, perception of what my art was and what I wanted it to be, and also the constant practice. But not just practice, it was actually just, it was work, sheer work, but also a work that builds up on itself. Because I also did not know anything about doing comics before I began. I just decided I'm going to do a comic, and I just started and went with it. And then as I was doing the comic, I started to realize, there's better ways to go about this. And I started to catch on to several tricks and techniques to making comic that really helped. So that's something I would say, definitely. this here panel. There's a way of doing this. Yeah. This is the way of doing it. No reason trying to be fancy here.
Any ideas?
Oh, hello there, Bad Aim Raccoon. Pork chew chew. Going. How are things in Raccoon Land? You're doing good. Mario Party? Oh no, not the Mario Party. Raise some money for Starlight. What is a Starlight? Not familiar with that name or sort of thing. What I am familiar with is Mario Party. And how it can raise several things, alright? Ooh. This music was reminding me a whole lot of Sin City 4 soundtrack. Which I absolutely should queue up. But after this, royalty-free music is done playing. Because I believe Sin City 4 is also very... think. Probably is. Bad, you said that the Starlight Foundation gives hospital games consoles that can be ported all over the hospital so kids can enjoy games and stuff while they're here. Oh, that's good. Definitely something those kids be happy to get. Entertainment and things that they can talk about and bond over. Definitely called a good initiative. Let's see, what was I going to? SimCity Fall soundtrack. Do I have that in my computer? Turns out I don't have it in this hard disk drive. Maybe I have in my old one. Better heck and believe I do. Have him for SimCity, the new one. Bad one. I'm not done. The Forget songs were categorized by mayor and region. Mayor songs is the ones that plays when you're in mayor mode, which is the game itself and world map. Gosh dang, let me queue those up. And yes, that shoe, definitely 100% bad. Anything to keep their minds off of scary medical procedures. How the gosh dang I add these songs to play back in whatever this even is. What was it's called? Groove music. I don't think there is a way to queue up songs in it. Who in the world thought that was a good idea? Oh well. 34, here we go! Can go back to the other playlist list. And Garden Normie on YouTube comment to say, you and your comics/art are very inspiring. Thank you so much for answering and lending me some of your knowledge. It's 11:40 p.m. there, so you have to go now. Keep up what I'm doing, it's very enjoyable. I absolutely 100% will. Thank you very much for taking the time to stick around, watch the stream, comment on it, and ask questions. I hope it's been enjoyable for you too, and thank you so very much. Later. Have a good one. And good night. See, this is the weird thing. These songs are much lower in volume than I have to manually go over and increase their volume. So how was the game in the end? Who won? Ed. I won, you got second. Dang. At least at least wasn't the computer NPCs that won. don't even know if you work playing with computer NPCs, but the absolute worst when they win. Those computer players don't deserve it. They're there only to provide challenge. Just steal the crown. So you can get over someone. I think on Patreon they made a comment in a previous page some time ago, long time ago, say that every page more and more Bradley's nose looks like a brick. What? Doesn't. In fact, I went back and checked, and no, in fact, his nose was starting to get smaller as pages went on. I was like, huh, his nose doesn't look like a brick. But now, lo and behold, it's been months, if not, it's been a while since the comment, and I still cannot get over it. Every time I'm drawing Bradley, I keep thinking, oh no. I hope his nose looks like a brick guy doesn't shows up again. It still looks like a brick. That would be absolutely tragic if that were to happen. And I hope that it does. Also, I'm not as shatty. Now, today, because I'm afraid I've run out of topics to talk about. Thankfully, you guys can still enjoy the art I'm doing. Hello there, Rich Quit. How's it going? We're having a super duper chill moment where nobody's saying anything. Going soulsy jazz stones, I guess. New agey. Whatever it is playing right now. How are you doing? How's it going? How's your day or evening? Great to hear that everything's going great over there with you. And yeah, I don't know that you can quite call these songs that are playing right now. I mean, they are nice and chill, but I don't know exactly what genre they are. What exactly they are about. They are from Sin City 4, which is a game from 2003, I believe? 2002? Old game, computer. This Sim City, in fact, is exclusive to others. And then there's a bunch of musics that go on with it. There's the Mayor songs. There's to speak. The Mayor songs, they are the games that play normally. The songs that play normally during gameplay. They're this mix of whatever's is playing right now. Mix of genres. And there's the regional songs that are more imaginative and evocative and ethereal, I guess. And then there's also the extra songs that came out for both modes with the expansion. Rush Hour, even though don't know that there are any new songs from regional came out with the expansion, because not a whole lot of game going on there. It's mostly a loading screen between game and game. Oh, anyways. I still remember the first one that came out. You mean SimCity 2000? Was that even the first one that came out? I think it was. I believe SimCity 2000 was the first one that came out for, I believe, computers, but also like some older console, like the Super Nintendo. I don't know if it was the Super Nintendo, but I do believe it came out for PlayStation 1, that's for sure. Something came out for PlayStation 1. Although it might have been that the one that came out for the PlayStation was SimCity 3000. Or maybe it was that a SimCity came out for the Super Nintendo, then 2000 came out, and then 3000 came out. No, we were talking older. How old are we talking, Rage Quit? We're talking... I actually don't know much about this series as far as releases and such go. And 1989 on PC. Oh boy. Is old. You played in the early 90s when you were in elementary school. That first one that came out for PC. Also, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I do believe that it was indeed clunky. Oh, all games from that era were. I believe my favorite is, well, not from that far back, but one of my favorite games ever of all times is indeed Tomb Raider 2. Came out in like 1997. And boy, talk about clunky. That game is just absolute nightmare. And yet, so well. Plays so well. It's so great. I mean, like, it's like, it's clunky, but if you get a grasp on the clunkiness, it's, if you get a grasp on the clunkiness, the game plays pretty well. Kinda like, it's kinda like, riding on a motorcycle. Like, oh, there's only one wheel, how do you go about this thing, this clunky thing? But once you get the grasp, it's like, oh, sure, I can ride on this, no problem. The problem is getting that grasp to begin with. Once you do, that game plays like butter. The second one, at least. First one was a little bit on the clunky side. And 34, oh wow, that's prime age. I haven't breached the 30s yet. Very close though, very close. Not quite. Only next year. But indeed, it was so clunky, both of those games, that never got really far at all with SimCity. Whichever one of the ones that I played, and I believe I played most of them. Like SimCity 2000, 3000, SimCity 4, I played all of them. All of those, not the first. But I played those others. Throughout the ages, and never really got much of anywhere with them. Hard. And with Tomb Raider 2 as well. I played a lot of it when I was younger. I never really got anywhere with it. Then, much later in life, I started to actually understand that, oh, I see now what needs to be done. And then I started replaying some of those games. I finally got a grasp on how to play SimCity 4 and got quite far into it. But SimCity 4 is kind of slow. Not that that's a bad thing, it's just slow. And Tomb Raider 2, I only truly finished it for the first time in 2018. Never in my life before then had I finished that game. Or any of the classical Tomb Raiders to be fair. Back in 2018, I did play through the first and beat it. Then I played through the second and beat it. Then I tried to play through the third, but it wasn't quite made for modern PCs. It's not like not future-proofed, and had a hard time trying to getting it to work. It didn't work, so I said, you know, I give up. I'm not gonna play it through it anyways. I'm not as deeply invested into Tomb Raider 3 as I am with 2. I did play, however, all the modern Tomb Raider games and beat them as soon as they came out. That's the thing. I definitely got farther than you in any city. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know, probably. I mean, a lot of people that I know that have played SimCity didn't really get that far. Because SimCity 4 starts to get a little bit complicated. Can get a little bit complicated. Whereas you just enjoy destroying things. It was interesting to destroy things, but the problem is... But the thing is that it's more interesting to destroy everything once you have something to destroy, and it's like, either need to really go on and build the whole city and see it flourish, or you can start to destroy it. Or, if you're playing SimCity 4 like I was doing, you download the city from the interwebs, destroy those cities. But you don't have the same attachment to it. Weird game. And you wanted to like Tomb Raider, but you couldn't get into the gameplay. Which ones are you talking about? The classical ones or the modern one? Because the classical ones are weird, but there are like little gimmicks that you learn about it. The classical ones, there's 2 gimmicks. The first is that learning your jumps. Like, if you learn the distance of all of your jumps, you're pretty much golden. And as far as shooting goes, the game has like an auto-targeting, which is great, but also great. And the thing about auto-targeting is that it auto-targets an enemy, but it doesn't guarantee that it will hit. And a lot of things that you do kind of varies your chance to hit. So jumping around decreases your chances of hitting. You have to find whoever and stand still and try to circle that so you're always behind them. Because then they have to run in a circle, because they can't turn on the spot, they have to run in a circle to have you in their line of sight, that's so they can shoot at you. And other than that, just keep on shooting and hope that you hit. And yeah, that's one of the weird gimmicks, is that even though a lot of auto locks into enemies, she doesn't automatically hit. You have to make sure that you're standing still, but you also don't want to stand still in front of the enemies, because then they will shoot you. And a lot of the game's difficulty, so to speak, is that the game kind of locks you depending on your health, because the game has a finite amount of medikits spread throughout it, and if you just go through combats just standing still and shooting enemies, you probably take a lot of damage, so it's always good to be keeping your distance between them. And at certain points in the game, if you don't have enough health packs to heal from all the damage that you're taking, you cannot progress. And the enemies will always deal a fixed amount of damage unless you're really great at avoiding them. But in a game that weird and that old, you can't really get that good at avoiding enemies, so So not having collected all of the health packs or having taken too much damage will lock your progress. Thankfully, it is a game that you can finish in like one day if you know how to play it. As for the modern ones, it's mostly just follow the glowing arrows and go. And you got used to Silent Hill, and that gameplay is weird. That's a game I never played. I really do want to play the Silent Hills. Or rather, I don't want to play the Silent Hill games, I want to experience them, so... Which is to say, watch someone else play, while I just watch to absorb the story. Also, like, there's only like a handful of people that I would actually enjoy sitting down to watch them play, and none of those people are into Silent Hill. Well, except for one, but this one person has already recently played Silent Hill, and yeah, not super duper sure that they're not playing it again pretty soon after. You couldn't with Tomb Raider. Yeah, I hear you. There's a lot of people that can't. My job, for the longest time, was trying to convince people that Tomb Raider actually is good, but can't. And doesn't help that you're awful at first-person shooter stuff. Yeah, the modern one isn't quite first-person shooter, but it is like a shooter. You still have to aim at things, so it's actually weird because it's been so long since I played it. I don't remember how it plays if you have to actually aim at stuff. Forget. Because then again, to be fair, the new Tomb Raider is more like hack and slash-ish in a way, because most enemies you can dodge their attacks, and it's easier to physically go towards them and hack at them with your ice pick. So you can actually play that game without shooting at anyone, mostly anyone, because some people you do have to shoot. A weird one. And Rage Quit says that always works, they're worth the experience. Yeah. Yeah. Those are games I never experienced. And hi Bones, hello and welcome to the stream. How's it going? And you will play Silent Hill for me? What? But you hate horror games, Bones. That makes it worth more, that's well then. Wait, how are you doing tonight, Bones? You're even going that far. Then also on the other hand, I haven't really been playing games as of late. Aside from Elden Ring. I haven't really been playing at all, so... It's definitely the kind of... stuff I have to watch someone play, because I will never find the time to do it myself. Rage Quit says, we'll be with you the whole way. Man, if you do play this Silent Hill, the trilogy, the original ones, the only ones were, then yeah, definitely keep you company. And Help you brace through the horror. Hey. Bones, you're doing alright. Snuck in for a good convo and good art. Great. Curious whom that good conversation might be with. But yeah. Glad to hear that you're doing great. Been a while though. We definitely don't talk nearly as often. You're good. It's good currently anyway. Run with it. Sure. But yes, I've been trying to convince throughout the years people to give several games a try. The first one, definitely 100%, is Tomb Raider, classical. Mostly because I like them, and not because I think anyone else will like them. Just want to see what people like. Oh, this game is old. Everything's boxy and square. Because even I nowadays can understand that a very finite number of people actually enjoy that game. Like Tomb Raider 2. Mostly for its controls, they're just ludicrous. Gameplay, right? It's ludicrous. Or the other game I try to get people to play is any Dark Souls game. Because those are good fun. Everyone should play them. Although, if I had to choose one specific, that one would definitely be Bloodborne. It is the de facto best Souls game there is. Not so much, well, not only for its gameplay, the gameplay is weird, but manageable as far all things considered. But more so for its story. The problem with Bloodborne, though, is that it's a PlayStation 4 exclusive, so you need to have it play. I know that a bunch of people don't. Kind of tricky. And I wouldn't necessarily recommend Elden Ring for like a newcomer to the series. I would, but also wouldn't. So it's a weird spot with that one. Because Elden Ring is good, but also if you never played a From Software game before and you start to play Elden Ring, you're gonna be madly lost. Because even the older games are like, they're little puzzles in of themselves, but with how linear the game is, you can't get that astray in the overall game. With Elden Ring, it's super easy for you to wander into a high level area. You're like, why is everything kicking my butt so hard in here? So it's easier to commit certain mistakes with Elden Ring than it is with the other ones. Rich quick to say that Bloodborne is the go-to. It is, and like the reason why I really recommend Bloodborne is because it's way more fast-paced than Dark Souls. Because Dark Souls can get a little irritating with how like you can make a build that is centered around magic or a build that is centered around melee. And either builds, you probably will be doing using some shield at some point, and the shield, even though it's valid, it slows down play a lot. Because you're always looking for that opening to lower your shield and just go for it. Whereas in Bloodborne, there's no shields, and there are openings everywhere. And even if an opening is not quite an opening, it's worth it to just go haywire and go nuts and fight the thing, mostly because of the rally system, in which if you damage something, after taking damage you covers health. Some health. So it's always worthwhile to stay in the offensive in Bloodborne. Which makes the gameplay faster, and by making the gameplay faster, you were in and out of combats more quickly, and you're always playing. With Dark Souls, there's a lot of the back and forth with the shield around someone until they defeat you, and then you have to go and do that again. Whereas you spent a whole minute just like strafing around the guy with a shield. In Bloodborne, you went through like an entire area. The same minute. And Rage Quit, you still need to get Elden Ring. Absolutely, 100% do get it. It's horribly fantastic. It will kick you down, then stomp on you all the while, but it's still a marvelous game. Might I say kind of overwhelming though. Lots to do. Very, very high difficulty. Even higher than previous games. If you're like, for a veteran in the older games, Elden Ring will still manage to find ways to kick you. Rage Quit, you don't mind that for sure. You've played Neo and soon Neo 2. You're hoping it'll kick your ass. Well, great news, it absolutely will. In more ways than one, actually. I don't want to spoil much, but if you play Dark Souls 1 and you remember Solaire, there's a similar situation going on there. Where the game is like, no, you can't be happy. Absolutely not. So even though the game is not physically kicking your ass, it's still emotionally kicking you. Then again, that's an odd thing to hear from you, Rage Quit. I mean, not that I know you that deeply or intimately already, but like Dark Souls and the Souls games are very hard and very like niche and very not the kind of game people normally usually get into. So if you know someone that plays or has played Dark Souls, you're probably also the kind of person who has played some other hidden gems or just hidden games altogether. And not only played through them, but probably got like made some headway with them. And it's unusual to find someone that has played through the Souls games but not the Tomb Raider. The classical ones. I guess you gotta say goodbye to your hobbies for the next weeks or months. I would definitely say at least like a couple of weeks. Actually, no, scratch that. A month, yeah. Go for a month. A friend of mine who had a lot of free time recently played through the game and took him like 2 straight weeks of playing like the game like a lot since release all the way to to the very end. He finished and managed to finish the game. He had some like hiccups here and there, what with the game not working properly for him. Him needing to buy like replacement parts for his computer to be able to run the game. But after getting that fixed, he still went and played the game. Actually, he was playing the game before, even though there were problems with the game, he was still managing to play it, and then he finished it. And I think it took him like 2 weeks. Which, considering how good he is at the game and how much free time he had to play it, I would say like your regular person will need like a month to play through that game. That friend of mine, he's a pro gamer if there ever was one. Rage quit, you blame playing hard game most of your life. Plus you got obsessed with Diablo series and WoW for a good chunk of your life, so there's that too. I don't know that Diablo and WoW are like hard per se. Because I think the thing with Diablo is just lucking out to get the necessary items to make the set / build that you want, and then just going for it. They're not hard, but they kept you from playing other games. Oh yeah, that 100% explains that. I didn't have WoW growing up because it was a paid game. I didn't have no money to pay with. And then also, another game that I urge everyone to try and play is Tetris. Tetris and Picross actually. Picross because it's fun puzzle, but Tetris because it's so unassuming to play Tetris and they're like, Tetris, full, fun, cool, and all this and that. And then just so then later I can flex and be like, hey, so, you know, I used to play competitive Picross, or rather, competitive Tetris. Let me show you how it's done. And I just start to, like, absolutely wreck shop with the speed at which I can play Tetris. You work a full-time job just to play it. Wow, that's some dedication to the game. And it was worth it until all your friends just jumped ship. Oh, that sucks. Should have taken you with them. And yes, Tetris 99. I didn't play much of it, because, you know, you need a online subscription to be able to do that. I'm not a fan of subscriptions. They cost money. Something I'm woefully devoid of. But I did get to play it for a while. Tetris 99, and like it took me so long to finally win a match. Because everyone that ever played competitive Tetris is there. There used to be, like, forever ago, a site called Tetris Friends, where people would gather to play Tetris, competitive Tetris. And I played through that so much. Just played so much Tetris. Even after, same as you, Rage Quit, even after my friends jumped ship, I kept on playing Tetris over there on Tetris Friends, just against the randos. But I realized something that might sound very racist, but I swear to you, it is not. I was always just playing Tetris, Tetris Friends with randos on the internet, and whenever I would start losing matches, my rank would decrease. Then I would be matched with people with, like, you know, internet names, and then I would win, and then my rank would increase, and then I would start to get matched against people who had, like, names written with Asian characters. Don't even know which language it was, but it was Asian characters, and I was like, well, 100% not gonna be able to beat those people. And lo and behold, they were able to mop the floor with me, and I would get demoted back to the previous rank. And that was pretty much all there was to Tetris Friends for a long while until I stopped playing Tetris Friends. But I kept playing Tetris for a long time and getting better at it. Until they released Tetris vs Puyo Puyo vs Tetris for a computer. Then I tried to play it, but it's not super fun because sometimes it would match you against people who were playing Puyo Puyo, and I don't know how to play that. I just can't. And also, Kenneth Bone on YouTube comment says, the existence of subscriptions suggests the existence of dumbscriptions. Ooh, woo. Also, hello there and welcome to the stream. And Bones, Ricardo, you said flashback to getting dunked on Tetris 99. Oh. That was my life in Tetris Friends. Rage Quit says Tetris is streaming in the future. Sweat emoji. I don't know that people would be anyone would like to watch that. Because I mean, like, I'm good in Tetris, competitive Tetris, against people who are like, who I introduced to Tetris. So like, hey, you've played a lot of like Overwatch or whatever. How about you play Tetris? And then yes, then things get weird. But against people who actually play and know how to play competitive Tetris, I'm not that great. I can hold my own, but like, I definitely don't rank in the top 100 or the top thousands. Bones, you said, fun fact, the moment you see Asian characters, you tense and start panicking. In any game you play, you just assume Eastern gamers are better. That might be. I mean, they definitely are in Tetris, that's for sure. Don't know how, don't know why, but they are. Most of the ones I played against back in 2009, 100% are at least. Because I didn't even tell. I was playing Tetris Friends all the way back in 2009-ish. I think it was 2009 because I remember that I was playing Tetris Friends intermittently along with the Saboteur that had came out for PC. And I believe it came out in 2008 or 2009. Probably 2009. And Kenneth Bone on YouTube says not that good though. Yeah, definitely not. I'm good at Tetris, but not that good. So even some people that haven't played competitive Tetris in a while will probably be able to beat me. I'm not good. I mean, not that good. Against people who actually know how to play the damn thing. I'm bad. Aim Raccoon just comes in with the Eastern characters. Asian characters, right? Are you here to trigger people's anxieties? Why would you do such a thing? But yeah, I did there was a time in days past when I was streaming games. I did do a Puyo Puyo vs Tetris stream. Didn't go that far because I tried playing the story mode, found out that I don't care that much for Puyo Puyo. Tried playing Tetris Online, and while it's oh, rather Puyo Puyo vs Tetris Online, while it was like enjoyable and playable, like if I'm on Tetris board, sure I can hold my own. Never get to Puyo Puyo, I was like, well, screw this, I can't. But then I realized something very important and big about myself. I have very bad sportsmanship. Whenever I lose, I would start cursing a lot. And you know what? I cannot do this. Like, I cannot streaming myself just cursing these randos on the internet. I need to just chill and never play that again. Not on stream, at least. Because it uses so much of your concentration also, you're very quiet also while you're playing / streaming Tetris, or either. Then also, you're very quiet until the moment you make a mistake, and then you're just throwing a curse in there. Or the moment that you lose, and then you start cursing like a goddamn sailor. And then you realize, wow, I've been quiet for like 3 whole minutes, and the first thing I say is a string of curses. This is not entertainment, this is not good. I should stop it. Stopped my Tetris versus Puyo Puyo stream. And I think I went back to playing Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. Or I stopped playing Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness to play that back in 2018. Magical year where I streamed a lot. Things got weird for me. And Bet says that said prepare to die in Japanese. And Leo on YouTube comments also threw in the Japanese characters just to trigger everyone's anxiety. You guys so evil. And Rage Quit, you said that you can only imagine how difficult it would be to talk Tetris. I mean, I can attempt something real quick. Like after I'm done here with the sketch, I can play a couple matches of Tetris Effect. Because then I need to go back to finish the comic. But it is complicated to talk, but not necessarily like talk. If you're just saying whatever, some nonsense, then yeah, you can just go on and start just saying whatever. Not necessarily like literally whatever, but if it's something really simple, you can talk about it. But if it's a kind of more complicated, more involved subject, then you absolutely cannot. Like if you're trying to argue a point while playing Tetris, that's impossible. If you're trying to just say, oh, I like, my favorite ice cream flavor is bland, because bland. I remember a story where bland happened, and I had this ice cream flavor, and I was like, oh cool, I like it, because it reminds me of that moment. That kind of stuff is easy to talk about. But if you're trying to argument like, the reason why I like this ice cream flavor, if you think about it, it's because this event happened to me, but this event also happened to someone else that was with me then, but they don't have the same favorite ice cream flavor as I do, so I wonder what might have happened to them in that moment. Or if they had another experience that was stronger for them regarding ice cream flavors, for them to not have gotten that experience to be their defining moment of deciding their favorite ice cream flavor. Or maybe, you know, their taste buds are just different from mine. Maybe they have taste buds and I have taste buddies, so things just don't taste the same, and they prefer much more strawberry ice cream. You know, if you start to go into those weird tangents where you have to think about what you're saying, you can't play Tetris and talk at the same moment. And Bad says, sounds like a fun challenge. Have a deep, meaningful conversation while playing Tetris. It is possible. Depends on what Tetris you're playing. If you're just having like regular Tetris match, then sure. If you're having an online multiplayer battle Tetris match, then yeah, no, you cannot. You can't converse. You can't be human while playing that. And Bone says, what does your favorite ice cream flavor says about you? Probably a lot, and I urge that people start putting that into their dating profiles. So if you're ever Well, not even dating profiles, but people are putting that on Twitter. So if you go on your Twitter and put like, "Hey, I'm Bradley. I'm 30 years old. I'm a male. I'm bi. I have I'm an Aries, 6 feet tall. Well, six feet 6 inches tall. I'm an INTP-J kind of person, and also my favorite ice cream flavor is pistachio. There you go. Make a full-on profile. Make sure to include your ice cream flavor because it tells other people a lot about you. Like, don't mind your age, don't mind your star sign, even though you're an Aries and I'm a what, and it's not super compatible. I still like you, think you're cute, but the pistachio thing, that I can't handle. Only sociopaths like pistachio. Did you know pistachio was Adolf Hitler's favorite ice cream flavor? That's not true. But like, the person comes with some weird trivia like that. They're like, oh no. I'm an asshole because I like pistachio. And it's one of those things you have to hide and review only like third date. Like, okay, we've been together for a while. I think I feel comfortable enough around you. And I have to reveal something very deep and meaningful about my personality. Do you remember when I said my favorite ice cream flavor was strawberry? I lied. It's actually pistachio. And Bones, I say he does. You don't like pistachio types. Good example. Really? I was going off on a weird, like, improvised tangent there, but good to know. But like that is something for real. I'm a huge fan. There's like not necessarily an ice cream. It's kind of a sorbet kind of thing, made of acai, which I really like, and it's a thing that I believe is only exists, like, it's only handily available here in Brazil, not so much anywhere else. You might find it, but probably not that easy. Any case, acai sorbet, I love it to pieces. I would murder for a cup of acai, but B-U-T-T, I cannot say that I have ever met a person that that doesn't like acai that I like. Like, if you don't like acai, there's something deeply wrong with you. Gets my canine senses up, and I'm like, whoa, okay, there's something wrong with you. I have to double examine your whole entire person before I move on with this commitment. Commitment of meeting you. Rage Quit says, oh no, you better hide that. Hide that for the rest of your life. Yeah. Not necessarily hide, but it's like, it's something that will definitely skew people's opinion of you before they even met you. It's like me on every dating app. If I go on and say, hey, I'm Doug, I'm 28, I'm gay, and also I'm a Scorpio, like, that last bit, it just fucks my profile for anyone watching, because they're like, oh no, he's a Scorpio, he's probably an asshole, psychopath. And like, that's actually true. There's a lot of people who believe that Scorpio types are not very nice people and very twisted and overall bad. So I'm screwed. For the rest of my life, I'm screwed. I have to hide my astral sign from people. And much like ice cream flavor, it's not something I consciously chose. It's something that just exists within me, and I just have to accept it and make the best out of it. Bad, you don't know if you ever had just acai before, but you have had acai on other things. Like what? I never heard of any foreigner ever having had acai before. Rather, foreigner in certain parts of the world. I do believe that they make like I don't know what it's called, but they do make soda with like acai extract or something for the extra energy that it gives. A boost of energy. But it's common in smoothies in your area, you can add it. Really? That's good. Goes to show once again I was woefully unaware of how advanced the world is getting. And here I thought finally that I had something that the rest of the world doesn't have. You guys actually have like you guys that live over there in North America actually have a full catalog of things on Amazon. You have streaming services that don't block content because you're in another country. You have things mainly like computer parts and video games and stuff that isn't twice the price because of import taxes. So I thought that at least the only good thing we could have that you guys don't have is acai. So I was like, okay, it's all worth it because we have acai at least. But no, you have acai too. There's nothing about this South American experience that is worth anymore. Absolutely nothing. Well, actually, there's only one thing, which is the fact that we have an abundance of water. So in technicality, in the future, we're less prone to have droughts, but like full-on droughts where we can't even take water from anywhere because of just how much water we do end up getting every now and then. That's the only positive point, I guess. Rage Quit says, the teas with them aren't too bad. Goddamn, all of you have acai. Gosh dang. And Bone says, oh, we block content. You absolutely do. And that might be true. It 100% is true. The other day I was buying computer upgrades and I thought, wow, look at this nonsense. The amount of money I'm paying for this computer upgrade. So I'm not even going to double check it. I'm just going to start saying numbers and things. Tell me how far off it is from you, Bones. The other day I bought a computer RAM memory stick for my computer because I needed more RAM memory because last time I tried streaming, my computer just committed Sudoku. So I said, okay, I need more RAM memory. So I bought a 32 gigabyte stick of DDR4 RAM memory. That cost me 1,000 Brazilian reais. If you go through conversions, that is roughly 200 American dollars. How much is a 32 gigabyte DDR4 RAM memory stick over there? How much does it cost? For one single 32 gigabyte RAM memory stick. Single stick, 32 gigabytes, DDR4. Bunzo said that might be pretty close. Really? I didn't get shafted on that? Wow. Depends on the brand. The ones I got is Kingston, I believe. I made sure to get Kingston because I have yet to have anything Kingston branded fail on me. That it won't happen, but I have yet to have it happen. Now I've jinxed myself and it break first thing in the morning tomorrow. Just cease to function. 150, 170-ish, yeah. I paid $40 more for that. At least some $50 more. But then again, I'm playing those numbers from memory. If I actually go and look it up, it's probably a little bit more. I'm rounding it down to 1,000. But okay, at least I didn't get shafted too badly on that. I 100% did get shafted on the graphics card I bought. That much I know. True, everyone is getting shafted on that. And I wouldn't mind getting shafted if at least it was a good kind of shafting. Not even that I'm managing to get. But yeah, yet another reason for me to be salty. The whole being in Brazil thing. You guys also have açaí, so the only good thing I thought I had, I don't anymore. Everyone else has it. But the bright side is that now you know what it is like, and now you know that that's my favorite thing in the world, is açaí. Oh, there are other things that are big favorites too, but as far as desserts go, that's my favorite one. So. If I ever see anyone, I'll insist, doubly, triply insist that they have açaí, so they can see what all the fuzz is all about. Rage Quit, you said that we have a food that you want to try? Nonsense. What could you possibly have that you want to try? Do not say that it's feijoada. Unless it is, then do say it, but... And Leo, over at YouTube chat, says sashimi. I always forget which is which. Rage Quit, Picardo says all the foods. I don't know much because I'm sure what's made here is different in some way. Maybe. Yeah. Depends on the thing, too. Severely, deeply depends on the thing. I think one thing that I'm almost 100% sure that we do differently is the way that we do beans. Or not necessarily the way that we do beans, but rather the fact that we do them so frequently. And Leo over at YouTube chat says, sashimi is no rice, just fish bits. Don't remember. I mean, I've eaten Japanese food before, just don't remember like what it looks like even. Then again, I also have to go back to a Japanese restaurant one of these days and eat some fish bit again. No, I'm almost 100% sure that there's a lot of repeated songs in this soundtrack. Or at the files that I have, there's a lot of repeated songs, because I'm sure that this music already played. And Bone says they're right, just the fish. That's sashimi. Well then. Now I know I think I didn't previously. Oh. Can't wait to forget it in 3 seconds. That's how my mind works. I don't know what it is about it, but food is one of the things that I have the most trouble remembering. Or I don't even know if it is trouble remembering, or if it's just that my brain just outright refuses to memorize anything food related. Because, like, as you probably know, I'm a filthy foreigner. I'm Brazilian, which means my native language it's not English. I had to learn English. So there's a lot of words in English that I don't know. A lot of things I don't know. And most of those things are related to, like, kitchen and cooking. Like the name of dishes and this and that. I don't know a lot of those things. And part of it is because I hardly ever talk about food with people. English-speaking people. And the other part is that I have no reason to. I have no reason to talk to people about food stuff because the name of the ingredients are all different. And also, if anyone kind of throws the recipe at me, all the measurements are weird. Not all the measurements, but a lot of measurements are kind of weird. A lot of things are not even available, like kosher salt is not something that we have, or that is sold here, so. Okay. Or rather, we probably have, but not like readily available. You can't just go to the corner store and buy some kosher salt. Any case, it's tricky to understand cooking altogether. And because of that, my vocabulary of cooking related terms and words and things is very, very, very small. Also, along with that, I guess I also don't care that much about cooking in general, and thusly it's even harder for me to keep those terms in mind, because I see no reason to bother remembering them. Because I'm 100% sure that people have already explained to me what is a sashimi and what's the difference of all of those Japanese things, like at least 5 times. And these and the next song are my favorites in the Cities 4 soundtrack. I do believe that both of them are from the expansion Rush Hour. But somewhat 5 hours later, and I'm done with this sketch. I mean, there's something else that I was planning for this sketch here, but I don't think I'll be doing it. This is page 17, in which Francis and Bradley are talking about some things and then they go places together. And then we have the Everards watching from the window and being like, oh, blah, 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 let's plan, talk, things, blah. Then they talk to one another and they have a little back and forth, and then Mrs. Everard, Francis' mom, she says, time has passed so fast, hasn't it? In the previous panel, and then in this panel she says, just the other day, he, Francis, was coming back from kindergarten, crying because he thought he wasn't ever coming back home. And they thought of drawing a little Francis here in the background, just like in school uniform, crying or some nonsense like that. Like a reminiscence from the past or some nonsense like that. But I was thinking, do I do that? Would it be cool? Yeah. Is it necessary? I don't know. Because like 100%, it's one of those crimes of you are already saying something, so why are you showing it? And if I were to show that, like draw young Francis in the background, school uniform crying, I don't need to describe the whole thing. I could always just shorten the text to something like, just the other day, I remember picking him up from kindergarten. And then the whole crying thing is like, oh, why is it crying? And it gives the viewer, the reader, a couple things to think about. But then it's like, can the viewer make the connection or understand what's going on without that context? So like, Besides, I haven't, surprising as it is, I've never drawn children characters, and I don't know that I want to start now. Because, like, at the last few pages of a comic, do I want to start trying something new that I never done before? Instead of doing like a practice sketch here or there, anywhere in that regard? I don't know. In any case, done with the sketch. Wonderful, great. Now it's time to start the line art. I said I would. But, seeing as, wow, we have been live for 5 hours. Seeing as been 5 hours of drawing comic, sketching comic. If it would interest now, I could do that thing that I said about doing, which is playing a couple matches of Tetris. just to show what it looks like. Also, to give me a reason to stretch a little bit. And then, of course, after Tetris, right back to what's it called? To line art and everything. Let's give it a look. See. Bad if you are still there. You're the one that's going to have to do the keeping track of how well I am at keeping a conversation going while playing Tetris. I just need to find out how to do that. Right, there should be a blank screen, which now should turn into another screen, which is a Tetris screen. I need to hop back and forth between OBS to make sure that it is indeed showing the Tetris. Oh, it is not showing the Tetris. You can hear the Tetris noises, but you can't see the Tetris. Definitely fix that. Add this. There we go, now I have the Tetris. So, we said that we would be talking while playing Tetris, but I don't even know, like, am I just regularly playing Tetris or am I multiplayer competitive Tetrising? So what is my subject? What am I talking about? Is that also part of the challenges I have also to come up with the topic that I'm talking about? They have had, oh bad, you regret it. And regular Tetris is just like solo Tetris, it's just you versus the game. So the day I've had was horrible, let me tell you all about it, bad. The thing is that, you know, I think I said this before, I might have, but I've had in the past like week or so, like a bout of depression, just, you know, life not being fun for me, as it turns out. What a surprise. And there hasn't been much to do about it, honestly. I've just been trying to, you know, go through life, although it starts to get kind of hard and challenging to do that after a while. You don't have the energy or the will to do anything. And I've been trying to power through it, but it's super hard to be productive when you're feeling down like that. And there's not much that I can do, to be honest. Because, like, I know part of the reason why I'm feeling like that, and part of the reason why I'm feeling like that is because I'm very lonely here where I am. I've moved back in with my parents last year, and I thought, hey, now it's time to go hang out with all of my friends that I had when I left, before I left. But then I realized, oh no, all of them are gone, or rather, not all of them are gone, but some of those friends, they have moved away. Some other friends are no longer friends, and you know, COVID also doesn't make anything easier. I've been trying to go out, but all events that I've been going out to, they happen to be like irregular for meets where there's dozens and dozens and dozens of people, and everyone goes with their friends, with their clique, with their group. And I don't have a clique or a group, so I'm always like sort of an outcast there amidst everyone else. And I have to really struggle to to try and mingle. It's very complicated and hard though. And I've been trying to do that, except that it's not super easy. Last event I went to, I tried to hang out with the people, didn't really know anybody, the only person I knew that I thought, we might be able to hang out a little bit, he had broken up with his boyfriend, and then surprise, surprise, I find out that he's going with his boyfriend to the event because apparently they got back together, which is like, sure, great for them, but now I no longer can hang out with him because he's hanging out with his boyfriend all the time. And sure, jolly for them. And then I was just there like, sure, what do I do with myself now? And I kept trying to just find something to do, but complicated things have also happened like the day prior to that event, and it's something that have happened to me several times in the past, but I never really understood exactly what it was until then. Then I knew exactly what was going with me. I was having a panic attack, and I decided I need to get out of here. So I talked to this friend who went with his boyfriend, and I said, "Hey, can you drive me to the bus station? Because I need to go back home." And they're like, "Oh, sure, I can." And then he drove me back, and then I just got back home, and I was like, "Okay, that sucked. Never again. Not going back to an event like that." Not unless I have like a clear way of going back home. In case I'm not feeling well, in case I'm feeling bad, I need to know that I have like a clear escape route. Otherwise, I'm not going to an event. Because, you know, if I do happen to get a anxiety triggered panic attack, I want to be able to get out without needing to depend on anyone else. Because in that case, I asked this friend because we were like in a ranch, and the only way for me to go to the bus station was by walking for 3 hours or having him drive me there. And I really wasn't feeling like walking for 3-ish hours. So that has nothing to do with how my day went, but part of the explanation is precisely because of the whole like depression thing. Been really hard to, well, because of the being alone thing, I've been feeling very depressed and not fun. Never fun. This is my favorite stage in this game, by the way, because the music here is really good. Whenever it like picks up after you clear some 20 lines, I think. And well, I don't even know. I feel like I've exhausted that topic, mostly. No, I didn't. There was something else I wanted to talk about, but I really do not remember what it was, what it is. Gosh dang. Screw that up. Because as it happens, it is hard to talk about the depression-filled week that I've been having, couple weeks, and play Tetris. Focus on the Tetriminos. It's a challenge, to say the least. I cannot think about what it was that I wanted to talk or to say. But that's pretty much the gist of it. I've been having a bad weekday altogether, and being lonely sucks, and it's especially worse when it's like when you're back home, so to speak, because for a long time I felt stranded in the place that I was, and now that I have come back home to the place I grew up in, I was like, okay, it's not like I'm going some weird faraway place. I'm going back home to the place where I grew up, the place where I belong, the place where I know things and things know me. That's gonna be good. Going back to my roots or this and that. But no, it's actually sucked. Oh, I think it does. Mostly. Another very kind of complicated, tricky thing to full regard is also sort of like the unfun aspect that some of the people closest to me, like physically closest to me, don't quite get it, because, well, first, they're not lonely. They have people in their lives, and secondly, even if they were as lonely as I am, their brains is not wired the same way mine is. So the situation I'm going through and the way that I'm feeling is very particularly mine and mine alone. It's not like someone else can absolutely 100% understand. They can make an effort, but like that's about it. You have to make that effort and really keep at it for you to be able to fully grasp just like what someone in this particular situation that I'm in is feeling and having to deal with. Not just say that, of course, I'm going through something unique, nobody will ever get me, isn't that? Just saying that people, they have their own problems, their own lives, and their own everything that they need to, worry about and concern themselves with. So I can't really ask them to stop everything they're doing to focus on me and my woes. That would not be cool. And precisely because of that also makes me feel even more alone. The fact that, hey, this thing I'm going through, this thing I'm dealing with, you don't know, and it would be too much of an effort for you to try and know what it is and what it feels like. Like too much of a hassle for you. And I know, depending on how it goes, the person might just be in a state of mind where they're like, I can't deal with this, go find help on your own, sort of mood, and then really becomes a thing of, okay, I need to help myself. How can I help myself? And the means I have found of helping myself, mainly, is going out and making friends. Period. There you go, Tetris. I Tetris this whole place. Didn't beat my high score, but I talked about the thing while I did it. Rage Quit says you get that. Been there, done that. Yeah. I think we all have. I would hope that most people didn't, but like it or not, we all have. And Bad says that skyline looks like New York City or Los Angeles. I think it might be New York City because it shows some metro lines and some street names like Broadway, so I think it is definitely based on New York City. Also, you know, there's jazz. It's pretty much jazz, so it is jazz music playing. And I don't think that the first city people think when they think jazz would be Los Angeles. So just a thought. So now let's play multiplayer Tetris. This is where I go battle Tetris against other people. So in this case it would be me versus whoever shows up to play. And then my objective overall is just to beat them in a ranked match of multiplayer Tetris. Standard one-on-one Tetris battle with a choice, a time-stopping zone mechanic. This is the Tetris game. Oh, I'm ready. This is just play the game, except that I can stop time to clear lines whenever time resumes. All the lines I cleared are sent to the opponent. And of course, you know, playing fast, playing fast and focusedly is the way to go. So ideally I don't want to be talking about this, but part of the challenge is to talk. So every time I clear 4 lines, I send those lines to the opponent. If I clear less lines, I do still send them, but I send less. So, however many lines I clear, I send that amount, but one less. However, if I do manage to clear 4 lines, I do send all 4. So that's the goal, really, is to always be eliminating 4 lines. Also, I do send extra lines if I make a combo. Combos are really great in competitive Tetris, except that they're kinda tricky to set up at times. I think I won. Yeah, I won. Drops per minute, 55.9. That. Also, hello Mercat280 on YouTube. Welcome. I was doing art, I took a little break to play Tetris a little bit, but now I'm back on... Hold on. I'm not back. I'm Tetrising. Showing the people that I can play Tetris while talking. And win, apparently. Of course, I don't know that this player is very good. Like, still in the early leagues of Tetris competition, as they say. But well, you get the gist. It's that thing I was saying before the very beginning. Is that oh, look at them, Tetris and back-to-back Tetris. exploded him. 57.5 drops per minute. I won. But because I didn't play much online Tetris altogether, I'm being ranked with like people who never played this game before, so they're newcomers. Which is what I was talking about earlier, is that I'm pretty good at Tetris if I'm playing against somebody that does not know how to play, or someone that knows how to play but not that greatly, that well. If I play against someone that really knows what they're doing, then I cannot win. But in any case, how are you doing, Mercat? How's it going? And you're welcome. I checked that comic page you did. Really interesting. Should see more of it. Now, the thing I'm pondering and wondering about is that I did make a break at some moment earlier to have a piece of cake. I wonder how long that has been since I have had that piece of cake, because I might have another. Or not. I think it was like some 2.5 hours, 3 hours ago-ish. Definitely been a minute. Hot minute. There we go. Steeply. That's a new person against whom I will be playing. Tetris versus. I didn't even use the zone mechanic. Let me see if I can pull it off. See, that person knows what they're doing. They're playing fast. Not thoroughly looking at what they're doing, but I can tell that whatever it is that they're doing it fast. And I keep on doing combos. That's kinda mean to do. If you do manage to set up a combo, it can be potentially devastating for the opponent. Look, they use this on mechanic. Whoever this person is, they know what they're doing. Shit. I really screwed myself up there. Up. Let's go back. If you're playing solo, regular Tetris, that mistake I made is kinda undoable. In multiplayer Tetris, that's pretty much your end if you're playing against someone that knows what they're doing. Oh no, they lost. See, that grade. I thought they knew what they were doing, but I don't think they were. They didn't. And I don't either by the looks of it. There's like a clear rule of Tetris whenever you're playing, that is, place your Tetriminos in a way that as horizontally as possible, because you don't want your blocks rising. And I was definitely not following that rule. My blocks are very, very high. let's actually try the zone. See what this does for me. Oh yeah, the zone kind of sends the incomplete lines to the bottom. And I won. Definitely played worse than my first round, but won. The end. Sorry, Steeply 2254. Okay. That was a fun, cool Tetris break. Back to the comic. And also, yeah. I guess I did win the challenge after all. Can play Tetris while talking. But then again, none of these people had Asian characters on their names. Oh. It's a difference and a half. Also, on YouTube comments, Pascal. Hello, good day to you. How's it going? How are you doing? I take it it's like early morning over there. How's it going? And Rage Quit says Mbungo's the dynamite. Something like that, yeah. I don't know that they tried even to explain like what's going on, because in regular Tetris, just like, yeah, whatever, it's just Tetris. In Puyo Puyo Tetris, they explain it as like, oh no, those things are like actual bombs, and you can harness the power of the Tetris to explode things and magic and whatever. Kind of interesting, but also weird. And in this Tetris effect, it's pretty much like the constellations have revolted, and you have to help get them back, or some nonsense like that. And it gets wild, at least. We're back to growing up OST while we go back to working on the comic. Pasco, you said it's 7 in the morning over there. Doing well, that's great to hear. How am I doing? Had you joined 10 minutes earlier? No, scratch that. 20 minutes earlier? You would have heard me talk at length about how I'm not doing well. Might not sound like it, but I'm not. Amirkat says, oh my dog, the third panel, you love him. Yeah. Once again, we get a very expressive Francis showing up there. So now I reduce the visibility of the sketch to like 20%. Go to the line art layer and start redrawing the entire comic again. Except now in the line art layer. This is something I was going over much earlier when I began, that has to do with my sketching technique, which is the way that I sketch. There's like, the lines are not uniform at all, like their thickness, and it doesn't matter because in the line art layer I can do the line art a little bit to one side or to the other side or right in the middle. It doesn't matter, so long as it's in this ballpark, it will still feel right. All that really matters here is to kinda try to follow the sketch and use it as a guideline and not necessarily as the absolute 100% has to be like that. Because to a certain degree I am skilled enough with art and confident enough in my technique that I can, if I want, just go and I could just start drawing directly on the line art layer without a sketch and say this is the line art, screw this. Like I used to do before my sketches. I would do my sketches and go cleaning them up. And a lot of people that see my sketches from the older comics, they would say, this doesn't look like a sketch at all, it just looks like final, finished art. I would say, nah, it doesn't. But I suppose it does. Looks like finished pieces of art. And then, if I wanted, I could just say, this is the line art, period. I'm done. Call it a day. But no, never did. Always drew the page twice, one for the sketch and one for the line art. And with that in mind, I started to look into ways of making the sketching phase faster and easier. To do. So using alternative techniques that allowed me to spend less time on this whole cleaning up of the line art of the sketch. And eventually I landed on this style, which is the black and white sketching thing. And Pascal, you say sorry to hear? Nah, it's alright. I mean, it's not alright, but it's what it is. Let me know if there's anything you can do for... Well... The thing I was saying earlier, pretty much, is that part of the reason why I don't feel so good is because of being alone here in my city, friends around and about, and I need to go out and socialize more. So really, that's the only thing that will help me in the long term, is to go out, friends. Problem is I don't have friends, so I need to find friends to then start going out. Let's see if that helps my spirits a little bit. So in that regards, I don't know exactly how it help. Not to say that you have to, you know, unfold yourself to try to help me, but don't knock yourself up too much about it. Like I said, it is what it is. Hopefully I'll manage to I'll manage sooner rather than later. And Mercat just say, do you have any comic stories you wanted to do but never had the time? Yes, several. Many stories. There's over the years I've been playing a lot of tabletop role-playing games, several of which have like generated very fun stories, and I think a lot of those would be interesting to portray in comic format, but they're also kinda lengthy, to the point that portraying them into comic format would take forever. And also because those stories are very intrinsic to the people who are actually playing said stories. Not everyone else will find them as fun as we did. So I think that yeah, even though I could have done that, I decided not ever to do it yet, because just I don't think people will be into it. So people might be into it, but I don't think they would be into it if I just picked the story as it happened, the game, and just converted it to comic. Not without some serious rewriting of the events and characters and things. But at that point, also, the players who played said characters in the game, they might be like, wait a second, you changed my character, you changed the story, you changed this and that. That's not cool, Doug. So that's kind of a thing to do. There's also the Interdictor, which it's kind of a huge flop for myself, more so than it is for others with the Interdictor, because I've been, ever since like 2014, 2015, I've been planning that story because I was like, wow, sci-fi. I wasn't really a big fan of sci-fi ever until I watched Battlestar Galactica, and then I read the comic saga, and I was like, oh man, sci-fi is the dopest thing ever. And then I was thinking, how can I make a sci-fi thing? And I was thinking like, I started to have like 3,000 ideas. There was also a time before when I had like this idea about a horror story. And at some point I decided, you know what, let me just meld together the characters from this horror story along with the characters from this sci-fi story into the ultimate sci-fi story. And I came up with Interdictor. I rewrote like the overall script some 10 times at least until I landed on what felt like the best version of the story for me. The most, maybe not the best, but like the easiest to illustrate and explain. And something that doesn't start right like in the middle. The original way that the Interdictor would start actually would be that the original story for the Interdictor was that there would be these two girls, Robin and Jordan, their sisters. Jordan is the older sister. And the thing is that she comes back home from like, she works in like security or some nonsense like that. And then she's been hiding her younger sister Robin at her place. Because like, she was an escapee from their father, because their father has like a genetics manipulation whatever place in the sci-fi world. And then Robin, even though she was his daughter, he was going to, you know, experiment on her. And my original idea is that he would start to experiment on her because she has psychic powers, innate psychic powers, and he was like, oh, fuck that, I need to understand why and do stuff in regards to this. And then the reason why Jordan doesn't have it is because Jordan and Robin are daughters of different mothers. And Robin's mother, she had some nonsense going on with the genetics clinic, so that's why Robin was born with psychic abilities. In any case, that was bad, and Jordan is hiding Robin at her place. Because like she rescued Robin, or like rather Robin ran away and was like, hey Jordan, can you help me? And Jordan's like, okay, alright, I'm going to help you get out. Lay low while I try to figure out a way of doing this. But then someone finds out that that's where Robin is, and they try to go and get them. And when Jordan comes back home, she finds that Robin somehow killed this person, like this other security personnel. And then it's like, oh snap, things are going down the drain. We need to go now. and then they just like pick up their things and just pack it up and go and leave and start and go on the run from the security forces, from their father. You know, they just go on the run. And then cue in Gertville and Mars, who are bounty hunters. And then they're like, oh, there's this girl robbing, and we want her captured. So they're like, sure, let's go. Easy money. Like, capture a girl, what could be easier? And then they start to go after them, and they find them. They're the first bounty hunters to find them. However, Gertville is like, has a soft heart, that boy. And he's like, oh no, they're just two girls, afraid and running. And like, no, we need to help them. And Mars is like, oh no, but why? And they're like, no, trust me, let's do it. And they all four of them just start trying to help them run away. And Gertville at some point he goes like, you know what we could do, we can go back to my home planet. I'm a prince, little do you know, but if you go back there, you will get like diplomatic immunity. And then there will be this whole saga of them going to Gertville's home planet, since he's a prince, getting the diplomatic immunity. But then the guy being like, no, I'm the owner of this mega multi-corporation that is worth more money than your whole world, so hand her over or we'll destroy you with the nukes. And then the story would go places from there. That was my original idea for Interdictor. It would start there with Jordan finding Robin along with the murdered guy. My first draft for that was actually Gertville was actually not a bounty hunter originally. He was just whoever who was hired. So him and Jordan together. I think the idea was that both of them were bounty hunters and they were partners, Gertville and Jordan. And Jordan was only a bounty hunter because she wanted to find the means to rescue her sister. So the story starts with the two of them, Gertville and Jordan, breaking into this genetics clinic to rescue Robin. And then after they manage to rescue her and run away, the alarms goes out and they send this reptilian draconic like looking detective, Shenavius, after them. And then the story would go from there. I still have the drafts for that original version. But I kept thinking like, no, this still doesn't feel right. Then eventually I landed on the final version of Interdictor, which is the version that starts with the homeworld of Gertville, and it's just the youngest son of this family of 3 children. Leonum, the oldest, she's the girl. Edmando, he's the middle son. He's like older than Gertville's, but since he's the male son, he gets to be the successor to the family. And then there's Gertville, who's the youngest, and then they're like just, you know, doing their whatevers in their industrial world empire nonsense. And then the story starts. This is the comic actually, so I'm just reciting what's happening in the first chapter of the comic. Their father, Durval, I believe is his name, he's returned from a trip to another country, that is like an ally of the Empire or some nonsense, or like one of their territories, and they're like, hey, we have the strength to overtake you, so we want some guarantee that you will not like join forces against other people and dominate us or anything like that. So why don't you marry your eldest children to me, your daughter? And the emperor is like, I really don't want you, but I have no other choice, so he does that. He comes back home and then he's like, well, I have news. This is Lord blah blah blah, and he's going to marry. He's going to marry the daughter, Lena. She's like, no, father, but I don't want you. He's like, shut up, you're my daughter and you will do my bidding. And then as they're having this little kerfuffle of a discussion, aliens invade. And when the alien comes out of their spaceship and like step out from the ship, it's revealed that the alien is a human. Like, I'm from a bunch of humans, we come in peace. Then there's a time skip of several many years, in which it is revealed that Gertvel, as the youngest son, has been sent towards a space station as like a diplomat to learn the ways of the humans and other spacefaring species, and also guarantee that like all the humans that they're deploying in the world will not be harassed, because like, oh, if you mess up with the humans, the prince is in danger. The daughter, as it turns out, is married off to this lord in the elsewhere, but she really hates his gut, and it's more so of a political marriage. So whenever the comic keeps on going, it's revealed that like she came on her own to visit the city in a big speech that the emperor is doing. So she came on her own because she was meeting her lover in like a brothel. Now, and the middle son, Edmental, he's named like admiral of the naval forces, and also the spaceships that they will have, but because he's super young and they didn't see wars in forever, he has little to no experience whatsoever, just like book smarts in regards of war. And then all of them, well, not all of them, but like Edmental and Leonin reunite in town to see like, the emperor's speech. And he's like, the humans are here and they're great and they're doing amazing things when we love them, when they're great. But then they notice like in the crowd that there's like many doggos wielding weapons. And they're like, oh, something's about to go down, what's this? They wouldn't attack the Emperor, not with the humans here with their laser rifles and shit. But then, just as they're waiting, a planet-wide alarm goes off saying like, emergency, all human personnel stationed in this planet, you have to leave immediately. If you don't leave within the next 2 hours, you're gonna be left behind. And then all humans just run away. And as they're running away, the crowd, the mob, the revolutionaries, they are like, this is our chance, and they attack the Emperor, who's now completely defenseless. And as they're attacking the Emperor, everyone's like scrambles to try and do something. Leonin and her lover, they run away, or rather her lover kind of pulls her away. Edmental tries to run towards his father to help him, the Emperor, but is knocked out by someone in the mob. And yeah, the Emperor is shot several times, and we don't know if he survived or not. And then we go back to the to see Gertrude in like the space station. Then we just see Jordan showing up and being like, Gertrude, we're leaving now, follow me. And then she just says, I need you to take me to your planet because you're a pilot, and I need a pilot to take me to your planet because I need to get my sister out. Something big is going down and I need you to help me take my sister out of there. I'm like, oh, alright. He thinks they're just like, he doesn't know what's going on, he's just following her commands. But eventually they find out that there's a lockdown on the station. So Jordan, she just kind of punches a guard, kicks another or whatever, steals a ship, and then becomes a rogue as she leaves the planet with Gertrude, the diplomat. And as they're leaving the planet, they find out that the ship was like a prison ship of sorts, wasn't empty. It was housing a prisoner. And because of the whole like departing protocols and such, because they were also unaware of who was in the ship, they end up accidentally releasing the prisoner in the ship's brig. And whenever they're out of the space station flying zone, they are like, okay, cool, we're in the clear now. And then the prisoner, who's now free, who shows up, is like, aha, where are we going, Captain? That's where the comic ends. The first issue. So, as you can see from the first draft of the story to the final version, there's some differences, to say the least. The biggest differences there is that, well, the things that remains the same is that Jordan wants to rescue her sister, who's one of the many humans who were deployed to the canine planet. Yes, I thought that was a more compelling and believable story than like, oh, she has psychic powers, rescue her. And also, that sounds an awful lot like Firefly. So, better not to do that. But yeah. So the things that remains the same is that Gertrude and Jordan are still partners, but whereas previously Gertrude was like a seasoned bounty hunter, now he's a complete novice who knows jack shit about nothing. He's like, I don't know, let's go, I guess. And Jordan is still after her sister. It's just the everything that's going on is a little bit more plausible. The reason for her sister to be in trouble and for her to want to rescue her sister. From that first story where Gertrude has a bounty hunter partner, Mars, it's the same. That's the prisoner in the cargo hold of the Interdictor. It's just that I didn't ever reveal his name. It should be Mars. But also, as far as everything goes, he's also like he will become Gertrude's partner. In my mind, he will, but that'll be trickier to come by. Like, now we get to see how they actually meet and how the circumstances that brings them together. What else is the same? I think that nothing else is the same. Everything's different. Well, the other thing that is the same is the fact that they're going to the Doggles planet. The reason is different, but they're still going there. The Interdictor is actually a story that I really thought most of the way through, and I really want to make a comic out of it, but it's so lengthy. It would take forever to end. But in fact, I think that that's something that people might enjoy. People do like them lengthy stories. I think that something that was kind of a shoot in the foot regarding Interdictor was the fact that I decided to make it black and white. People don't like black and white comics. That's faux show. So if I made it colored, probably people would be more like into it. And Rage Quit on the Picardo chat says, I'm so curious about my tabletop RPG adventures though. They're fun. I have had several at this point. There's the first adventure that I ran, which was Settlers of Nolan. It's a homebrew campaign that I made. And pretty much just follows this group of people as they are sent towards this new land, Nolan. Mostly to settle, but they all have their own motivations to go there. And as they go there, they realize that, oh no, there's some shit going down, and then instead of actually, settling, they actually go to fight an evil cult, which, spoiler alert, ends with them finding artifacts left behind by the gods of said world, collecting said artifacts, stopping the big bad evil guy who's a dragon, the last surviving dragon of the world, who's kind of working along with one of the gods. This god wants to return the primal god of the world, the Chaos Incarnate, pretty much. But the reason why the dragon is the one that is enacting his plan is because when this god was locked away, all the dragons of the world died, except for him, for some unknown reason. And the reason, or not the reason, the thing that happens then is that this dragon is trying to bring back the dragons by bringing back the primal god. Or rather, create an environment where the dragons could live and survive. The party, however, finds all of that out after like some 40 episodes. They find all that out, they gather power enough to go against this dragon. They go against the dragon, defeat it, cause it to be like, okay, alright, I give up. I'm not going to call the Elder God anymore. But then the players learning of what the dragon was trying to do and how the whole Elder God thing went, and after they confronted this other god who was trying to bring this Elder God back, the party for some reason decides, you know what? I feel bad for them. Let's bring the Elder God back. So they actually go and do the thing that they've pretty much spent the entire campaign. They spent the entire campaign attempting to stop this evil cult of doing this, but in the end they do it themselves, except that they don't use the evil means that the cult was doing. Because actually the cult wanting to bring back the Elder God isn't so bad. What it was bad is the fact that the evil cult was like, we're not going to measure effort, we're just going to go and take what we want. So a lot of the characters' backstories that like part of their families has been murderized or terrorized because of this cult. So everyone has a reason to go against the cult, but not necessarily against the Elder God and the dragons. So they go, bring back the Elder God, pave the way for dragons to exist in the future, And then they are like, okay, we did good, hooray. Let's tie up all of our loose ends. So they tie up their loose ends, finishing their backstory quests. And after they do all of that, they are called by the king, who initially sent them on a voyage to the new continent. And the king is like, all of you are murder hobos, and I sentence you all to die. And then they learn that the king is actually being manipulated and controlled, or rather possessed, by the leader of the cult, who managed to escape. Because they never killed her, they captured her, but she managed to escape when they were not paying attention. So she sets this trap over, like, there's like a 1.5 year time lapse. In this 1.5 year time lapse, she, the leader of the cult, gathers a lot of allies. All of the people that the players have, the player characters have, like, defeated throughout the campaign. She brings all of them back as, like, zombies. And it's like, here, let's kill them. And then this huge battle ensues. In the end, of course, they triumph. Nobody dies. And they kill the evil cult leader once and for all, and then everyone lives happily ever after. Or not. We never really regather the party to have like a follow-up adventure that happens after that, but I don't think we ever will. So that was the homebrew campaign that I ran. Then I tried to run a sequel, which was Conquerors of Nolan, but a lot of drama and infighting between the players and me happened, and then we just said, you know what, screw this, I don't want to play with you guys anymore. And amen. Absolutely 100% incomplete. Except that there are still video logs on my other YouTube channel, actually I think this YouTube channel as well, where you can watch all of the drama unfold in real time. So that was one of the adventures, and then every once in a while I was doing like one-shots, playing with different systems. I did several Call of Cthulhu one-shots, and those are fun. Those were fun. And I was thinking of getting... Actually, for my next story, I was thinking of picking one of those Call of Cthulhu one-shots and turning them into a horror story comic thing that I would do. I just never got to it, but my next comic's actually going to be a Not Safe for Work one, because I think people missed that from me. And then after that, I think I'll do the Call of Cthulhu one. Rage Quit says, Saga, yes, Saga, the comic is great. I love it. And I always appreciate a recap. You're welcome. And you're looking forward to that backstory with the Interdictor. That's the thing though, I don't know that I will continue. I really want to, but boy, I don't have time to do all the comics I want to do. And yeah, it was both a blast and also a bummer, but yeah, that's what happened. That's what happens. And you enjoyed Call of Cthulhu a lot. Did you play Call of Cthulhu on your own? How did that go? How did that happen? Tell me more about your own Call of Cthulhu, his adventures. In fact, I even had like a whole kinda meta show, so to speak, for my Call of Cthulhu one-shots. Because all of my Call of Cthulhu one-shots are like, they're not connected, the stories are together, so it's just a bunch of random stories here and there. And I said, you know what, since they're all one-shots and they don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, I'm going to call them part of a series. What am I gonna call this series? And I thought of Twilight Zone, which here in Brazil has been translated as Beyond the Imagination, because Twilight Zone doesn't quite have the same appeal here, name-wise. And I thought, I want to name it something Twilight Zone-esque, so I called it the Cosmic Veil. And at every Call of Cthulhu one-shot that I do a little narration, and the narration always explains like a little bit of the premise, and it always ends with prepare your minds for a world beyond imagination that starts right now as we lift the Cosmic Veil. To also mimic that little narration that the guy does at the beginning of every Twilight Zone episode. So one of the adventures I did that was kind of short but also kind of nice, that I do plan to turn into a comic, is a Western story where some 4 characters they go to hunt a Wendigo, except that only one of them is actually hunting the Wendigo. The other 3 don't really know that they're going to hunt a Wendigo. They're just kind of there. And kind of also stuck in the middle of nowhere, so they have no choice but to go with the guy who's hunting the Wendigo, or else they are going to be both left stranded and going to get killed. Also, this story takes place in like Western times, because I find Western Call of Cthulhu just the best setting ever. Aside from also Call of Cthulhu Dark Ages. But Dark Ages is a little trickier to run, because it leans so heavily on religious themes, and I know that there's a lot of people who are with religious themes, so it can be tricky to do a Dark Ages depending on the group that you're playing with. In any case, I want to do this Western Wendigo story. Turn that into a comic after I do the other comic, the lewd one. Or when you say that, Rage Quit, that you enjoyed the Call of Cthulhu's, you mean to say that you watched my game and not necessarily that you played games of your own. Some of your own, well, with a few friends. Well, that's good. I definitely want to play more Call of Cthulhu. This one time I decided to try and do a longer one-shot, like 4 episodes, because instead of being like a single session one-shot, I decided that this one-shot would be a small 4-session adventure. Still a one-shot, but... However, I decided to fumble the rules a lot. Because even though this was like a Call of Cthulhu, yeah, even though this was Call of Cthulhu, the thing I decided to do is that, also Western, these 4 characters are friends with this this guy, and then this guy happens to, when they're like waiting for him to go on a hunting trip, but the guy doesn't shows up, these 4 players go to the guy's house, and they find out the guy's house is being robbed. And whenever they try to intervene, they kill the robbers, capture one of them alive, but their friend that they went there to find is dead, has been killed. So they gather in town like to mourn him, and they're like, well, shit. Now what? We all always gather because of him, but now that he's gone, what do we do? He was like our employer or friend and such. They're like, nah, let's keep on showing up and gathering up, because you know you guys are fun. It's fun to hang out with you all. But then, lo and behold, as they're mourning in town, the gang to which those robbers belong to shows up in town. They're like, you capture one of my own. I'm going to release them and kill anyone that stands in my way. So they start like shooting the sheriff and everyone else. And the players are like, no, let's help them. So they get out of the saloon, they pick up their guns and start to go through the shootout. They try to, they don't just go out into the open and start shooting out at them. Two of them try to stay inside the saloon shooting at them. The other two are like, they kind of go out of the saloon by a back door to try and help the sheriff. They do. And then, as they're like trying to go back inside, they're seen by they see the leader of the gang sees them running and like after them, and then he gallops up to them, and one of them trips up as they're running, and while he's on the ground trying to get up, the gang leader just goes and shoots him in the back and kills him instantly. And then the players are like, oh shit, oh snap, oh damn. And then the rest of them like get super desperate and they start to scramble to find what to do next. But one by one they're killed. And picked off. When they're in the bar, one of them is like, the bar is overrun by bandits on the outside, and when the two that are inside try to run out, one of them is blasted by shotgun. They keep on trying to run away, and then another one of them is like shot down while he's trying to run away, and the other guy, he just like, screw this, I'm out, and he just starts running into the wilds. But they chase after him, and being on horseback, they manage to catch up to him. And when they find him, they are like toying with him a little bit before killing him. But before they do, the character catches the villain monologuing and shoots off his hand, and then the entire gang shoots him and kills him. And that's like the midway through the first session. So all of them wake up in hell, and like the devil himself is like, oh, you all have been killed by that guy. Here, let's make a deal. That guy that killed you, he owes me, and I want you to go and collect. Bring me his soul, and I'll return you yours. Like, I'll bring you back to life. Go and get him back. And all of them are revived, but with a twist that they're not fully alive. Their heads have been replaced with like skeletons of crows and coyotes, which is incidentally the name of this series, Coyotes and Crows. And they have an array of infernal powers that they can use to exact their revenge on the guy. So they're like, cool, let's use our powers and such, and they start to go after the guy and his gang. In the next 3 episodes, they attempt to go back, get them. And those are also on my YouTube channel. Or I think my other YouTube channel, Dice Raiders 1. And the gist is that gist with it is that I bent the rules in such a way that the characters die, but they have come back. And now, oh yeah, never mind. The devil didn't say that bring him back and you all will come back to life. He said that bring him back and whoever does it in the best way, which one of you is the best at exacting revenge, will get to go back to life. The other three will be mine. So that was fun. And then, and yeah, the other change that I did was a fun one in which instead of humanity, they had, or rather, instead of sanity, they had humanity. Every time that they used their infernal powers, they sacrificed a part of their humanity. It's part of that. And the guess is that if any one of them ever ran out of humanity, they could not be brought back anymore. If they completely forsake their humanity, they can't. They just can't be brought back, even if they kill and bring in the guy. But the powers that they got from the infernal powers that they got are like so saucy, so spicy, so good. It's like, hey, I'm just going to use a few of my humanity to make that guy catch on fire, just because I want. Or I'm gonna use this infernal power to recover all this damage that has been dealt to me. So, whenever they're getting like a firefight with some gang members and they start being shot and this and that, and they just start unleashing their powers all over the place, is like super dope. Because it's literally like these devil guys written in shadows just come up to a camp and start shooting everyone, and then commanding the earth and commanding the earth to swallow a guy, making the other burst on fire, taking a bunch of shots and then regenerating like it's nothing. And all the bandits were like, oh no, the devil's spawn is here, fuck. Our souls are forfeit. And it was just the coolest. And then, after 4 episodes, it ended. But still, it was a very nice game, and one that I could transform into a comic, but it's kinda lengthy. And I don't feel the need to turn that into a comic anyways, because, like, it's in video format, people can go and watch. Amir Cat says, isn't Spacey Ian a part of that? No, he's in my other game, Conquerors of Nolan, but the other one that I am running. Which also has a very weird story, which I can and will recap for you all. The story with that game is that Conquerors of Nolan was meant to be a sequel to Settlers of Nolan, except that instead of running only one game, I decided to run 3 games at the same time for 3 different groups. All in the same world, all in the same universe. Able to interact with one another to a certain degree, but eventually I stopped playing with the other groups because of the drama and infighting that I said that happened. Apparently some of the groups didn't like the fact that the other groups were getting more bling. So, and also the groups didn't like the people in the other groups, so everything was weird and wild. Just a lot of not fun things going on with everyone. In any case, the story for this particular group in which Spacey is a part of starts before he joined. The story was that the party wanted to join the Adventurers Guild, But they couldn't because the Adventurers Guild's like, we're not hiring people as green as you. But then there was this magician in town who was like, hey, I know that you're seeking something, and I might have the answers for that, so come here to my tower and we'll talk. So the group meets in the wizard's tower, and when they try to go inside it, they see that the wizard is like has lost his mind. So they're like, oh no, what's going on? And they find out that he and his assistant has opened up a book, and the book apparently had some manner of crazy spell that hit him. So the wizard got like feeble-minded, and the assistant got all of her memories were erased. So they take them to the priest, and the priest is like, well, you have to go over to his tower, fetch some ingredients, like diamond dust, so it can cast greater restoration, and bring them back. And they're like, okay, alright, we'll do that. So they go over there, do that, bring back the diamond dust, and then the priest recovers the assistant's memory, and then as he's recovering the wizard's mind that has been feebled, the assistant remembers who she was, and she was a traitor. She wanted to steal the book for her, but she's like, you suckers, you shouldn't have done that, goodbye. And she yanks the book and eats herself away. And then like, oh no, the wizard then is like, well, that book is very important, so you'll need to fetch it, but we don't know where she went with it, so I'll try and locate her, but in the meanwhile, just thank you for your assistance. I'll put in a word for you guys with the Adventurers Guild, since I know you want to be a part of that. So they go, the Adventurers Guild like hires them, like, oh okay, the wizard says that you're good, so you're in. And then they start doing some missions here and there. The Adventurers Guild is like, well, you see, we're trying to close portals to hell because the demons are coming over here, and that's not great. And eventually the group learns that, hey, there's this one of these demons from hell has killed the character that has killed a person that one of the characters is like wanting to rescue. So he's like, my whole background story is to rescue this person, but that person has already been killed by the demon. So they're like, well, shit, now what? And after the wizard goes like, I know where the book is, go over here and retrieve it. So they go to retrieve the book. At this point, Spacing had joined. They go to retrieve the book, they do it. The assistant, she has her own mind like completely blown apart by the book, and she's like, I don't want anything to do with this, this is too much. And then she's like, oh yes, I've acquired infinite knowledge. And she's like, well, the person that you're looking for has been killed by the demon, but if you want to save them, you can still. You just have to travel back in time and kill the demon before it gets too strong. And since Spacing's character is a time wizard, they use him and his powers to travel back through time towards that. And then the entire plot changes. Like, oh no, international incidents between this kingdom and the next. We need to solve all of this, but also, oh no, it was all the plan of a noble to undermine these noble houses, and now we've been dragged into these noble wars that we don't know anything about, like political intrigue. And that's the current campaign as it is now. Rage Quit says, alright, it's time for you to head out. Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for keeping me company for so long. Have a good one. Sleep tight, and good night. Bye-bye. Which is great, because now I can spoil the rest of interdictor tell my plan for what the story was going to be. Which is weird. The places that I want the story to go, like I have a lot of it planned and prepared. Well, in my head, that is. So the overall gist of the story of Interdictor is that chapter 2 or issue 2, however you want to call it, would start with Jordan and Gertvo in the ship being like, oh no, the prisoner was in the brig but he escaped, how could we let this happen? And they're like, well, just take me down whatever and I'm good to go, so long as all of you forget that you ever seen me. And then they're going to land down in like a random place just to let him go, and he's like, oh, I'm taking the ship, and they're like, well, you can't. And then before they are truly fully like settled down in the place, like before they fully land and do the whole ship thing, they get like a signal coming in that there's someone chasing them. And like Shinavius, the guy from that first comic, from that first draft, is like, I'm going to... Your escapees from the space station, you have to return right now. And the guy's like, damn it, I can't figure out this ship while that guy's on my tail, so I guess the two of you come back into the ship and get me away from this guy. Then Gert Vol and Jordan are back into the ship, and them along with Mars try to get away from Canavius. They're like, well, shit, we need to find a place to go, and then they're like, well, let's go to my home planet. I have diplomatic immunity there. And the guy's like, sure, fuck it, let's go. While Shinavius is chasing after them. And then back in the planet, Adamental, who was knocked out in the rebellion, he wakes up and he's like, well, what's going on? And he finds out that a lot of people have been harmed and injured. A lot of humans have been stranded in the planet that they didn't manage to leave in time. And he's like, well, what now? And he finds out that one of the many humans that's stranded is the doctor, Robin. Unbeknownst to the reader, Robin, Jordan's sister. And the thing is that Robin is like, she's like, okay, I'm going to help everyone here recover from being attacked, and also I have a duty as a doctor. And then men are like, all right, he doesn't like humans. So they're like, all right, do whatever you have to do, just don't get in my path. But then the Adamento has a bodyguard, this big hound guy who follows him around, and only then he finds out that his bodyguard and Robin, the doctor, are like lovers. They're like, what? How could this happen? No. And you know, just a little bit of drama to go on there. Leonin, she learns that the revolution wants to, take down the emperor and the humans, like now that the humans have left. and she discovers that the person who is leading the revolution is her uncle, the emperor's brother, who's been exiled forever ago, and he's the one who's learned that the humans were planning a retreat on the planet because he has like a human contact, a high-ranking human contact who knows what's going on in the big galactic theater. And she starts to be like, what the shit? I need to know more. And then yeah, eventually Edmento finds out that the rebels are like increasing in number, or rather overwhelming everything and every single loyalist. They go to their manor, the Imperial Manor, to like rescue the mother, but they fail to rescue her in time. She also gets severely injured, and they have to bring her like to a medical point. The place in which Edmento was rescued is no longer serviceable because of the rebels. And then Robin is like, we have to go to the only place with like a working medical lab that is also where we're trying to keep the Emperor alive. The medical bay in the Interdictor, which is a capital ship that the humans were gifting to the Doggos. It's like, ever since the humans showed up, they were secretly building a massive ship for them, the Interdictor, and only a few people have the access codes for it. Robin is one of them, and the Emperor, but the Emperor is down. And then Edmento, he gets the codes and he's like, okay, now I have to work with the humans to secure the safety of the Imperial family. And Edmento hates it, but he has to do it. And then the story goes on from there. That would be chapter 2. And Mercat says, oh Douglas, do you have a Discord channel? I used to have one, I don't have it anymore. I deleted it. Yeah, I don't have a Discord channel anymore. Because then again, I haven't really been streaming anymore, so I didn't really have a use for a Discord channel. Because previously my Discord channel was like tied to patrons, so they could get in there and hang out, but they never did. Hardly ever did. But there was a channel that they always commented with one another, like, the new thing for the comic. Like the new page, I want to comment on the new page, but instead of commenting on Patreon, they commented on the Discord server, like, I liked it. But mostly what my Discord server ended up being was a channel for the people who found me through the streams to hang out and talk, and they did, a lot. And aside from that, it was also like it was like the stream channel for a while, until I started to when I started to play D&D and then other tabletop games, everyone in that server became like, well, rather the entirety of the server became the D&D server. That's where everyone flocked to play and or talk about the D&Ds, and the server was dominated by the D&D people. It was obfuscating everything and everyone else. But I didn't mind so much if things were working as it was. But then after the whole falling out and fighting with the people in the Discord and other things that have happened, seeing as I wasn't really using it for the patrons at all, I decided, you know, I'm just gonna delete it. Meerkat, why don't you stream a show or movie in it? What show and or movie were you planning to stream? Pascal says, compliment on the music playlist. You'd love to know what playlist you use. It's lovely feel-good music. Right? It's great. It's the soundtrack for this amazing, lovely, wholesome game on Steam called Growing Up. It's a game where you grow up. You play as a child, a newborn toddler, and it's all about like choosing which life skills you wanna focus on and trying to balance being, you know, being a growing human person, trying to learn things, balance your friendships, your parents' approval, all this and that, and grow up. It's a really charming game, very nice illustrations, very good music, and the later you get into the game, the more complex it becomes. Like, oh, whoa. And even though like all of the characters you meet are other children, toddlers, and later on teenagers, you can still like romance them. So that's interesting. It's like, I like you as a person. We probably should. I get funny feelings when we're close to one another, and I like to explore those funny feelings, and then you can romance your school best friends. Or school friends. And all in all, like, all the choices that you make of which skills you do, how you progress through the game, all this and that, they shape you into the adult that you will become. And the goal of the game is just to grow up. It's a kind of short indie game that I really like. It's odd. Not odd in a bad way, but it's odd in like insightful, reflective, introspective way, because like it's hard not to think about your own childhood as you're playing that game and thinking like, wow, all the ways my life could have been, all the things I could have done all the things I haven't done and how those things have shaped my life, how the way that I've lived up until now have turned me into the person that I am. And it's an interesting game that makes you kind of reflect a little bit on who you are and how you came to be in that regard of, you know, everything. It's a good game. I like it, and so much so that every now and then I would think of its soundtrack and be like, oh yeah, those songs. And I found out that, hey, I bought the game with the complete edition that comes with the music. Well, heck yeah, let me play that. Because apparently it's not copyrighted. I don't think. There you go. And our cat said Turning Red comes out today, maybe that, or that Amazon the Indie show. Both are good. I mean, Legend of Vox Machina is good, I watched that. The Turning Red, I didn't see it. But sounds interesting. Definitely. Pascal says that's indeed a unique game, quite like real life. Yes, it is. It's really a treat, and I really recommend you play it if you have the time, chance. Also, it's super cheap. Should be super cheap on Steam. It's an indie game after all. Like, it doesn't look indie from the quality of it, but it is, I think. And I've given you an idea. What idea? Oh no. What have I sparked in that feline brain of yours? See if we can get the game as well. Well, definitely do. If you can, yeah. Also, a thing that I liked about the game is that it's the kind of like pick up and put down kind of game that you can play like in bursts. You don't need to play it all at once, and you can spend quite some time away from the game before coming back to it, and it'll still feel fresh, or rather, it will still feel familiar. Not only that, the game is also very, like... What's the word? The interesting thing about this game, in regards to this whole putting up and putting down, is that since there's like a lot of puzzle going on with that game, it almost feels like playing solitaire or something like that. It is not the kind of like stressful game like, oh no, how do I do this? It's the very like chill puzzle game that you can play like for a little bit. If you're not entirely sure on what to do next, you can pause and just take your time, reflect on. It's definitely a game that allows you to think. It allows you to take your time and take it at your own pace. So if you want to sit down and play Growing Up for like 3 hours or just 3 minutes, you can. Not sure you're gonna get a lot done in 3 minutes, but it's very easy, quick to pick up and then put down. And yeah, it is a set your own pace game. In fact, it's a game that actually rewards you for taking your time, because if you pay attention to everything the game has to offer, you get more out of that than if you were trying to just rush through it. That's part of the puzzle portion of the game showing up. Take your time, take your actions carefully, and good things will come out of that. But what idea is it that I gave you? I'm curious. I want to know what kind of genius nonsense I've caused your brain to think about. Well, that's the idea, getting the game yourself and maybe reflect in a good way on your life choices. Yes. Definitely a good idea. It's a very... I would say one of the most one of the most introspective ways of re-examining your life. But like, I'm a very introspective person. I'm all the time thinking about the way that I work, why my life is how it is, what things have led me to be where I am, how my relationships with other persons have developed, what things have I done caused me to be the way I am, and what things have I said that caused people to treat me the way they do. Or what things have I not done or not said. And, you know, I'm very introspective and I think a lot about things. Hence, there's also part of my anxiety. But, what with me being so introspective, one thing that I can say for sure is that this game is like... kind of like... If you want to take baby steps into being more introspective, this game is a great, like... entry door or doorway. Because it will not be like, oh my dog, it's super introspective and now I know and understand everything about me. But it will get you to start thinking more about myself. And it's by taking those baby steps into introspection and self-reflection, thought and such, that you start to understand a little. And then take bigger steps into the ways of introspection. Pasco, you also said that often the smallest choices are the ones with the most impact. Rather, you're happy with your life and how it is. If you could, you would change minor things, but you'll mostly likely make the same choices. Often the smallest choices that are the ones with the most impact. I don't know that it's like the smaller choices in of it themselves necessarily. It's more so that if it is a small choice, but because it's such a small and easy to make choice at that moment, it starts to compound. And over time, like a lifetime of making the same small choice, at some point is going to cause a big impact. Like, I'm a person who's not very earnest with my feelings to others. I don't really tell people like how I'm really feeling, or whenever something bothers me, I don't tell them. And because it's easy to just not say anything. And that's a small choice. Every day I'm making that choice of like not saying anything. Like, okay, this bothers me, but I'm not gonna say anything. Or rather, someone asked me how I'm doing, and instead of going on about, oh no, I'm doing blah 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 blah, I'm just saying, I'm okay. Life's going. You know, you give those kind of answers. And it's a very minor choice. And in that moment, in that day, it might not make a big difference. But you keep compounding the same minor choice of not being earnest with your feelings, and then eventually you realize that, oh no, I have this yarn ball of emotions that I'm feeling that I need to unravel. But also, unraveling this causes me a great deal of stress. But having it also not unraveled also causes me a great deal of stress. So, how did I let it get to this? And that's how, it's by making the same minor choice over and over and over many years. Amir Cat says, I'm happy to stream Turning Red in a Discord private chat for Down or any movie or show. While that sounds great, I am afraid, but I will have to decline. Mostly because I'm really not a fan of watching things. I was saying this earlier, but I don't think you were here. I don't like to sit down and watch things because my anxiety will kick in, and I'll get nervous and I'll get agitated. I'll start to bite my nails. It's not a pretty sight. I am not a fan of sitting down to watch things. Normally, I just sit down to watch things when I'm really focused on the thing and not like on a whim. Furthermore, it's 4:30 in the morning here, so I'm going to bed really soon. So, fortunately, not gonna be able to do that. Sorry. Thank you for the invitation, anyways. I appreciate it. And now that I'm done with line art, I can throw in colors. As for the colors, I'm gonna be very quick with them. Mostly because coloring is the quickest part of doing the comic. And then I'll call it a night. Not going to keep going any further because I've been streaming for, let's see what the stream says. Almost 7 hours. It's a long dang time to be streaming. A long dang time to be doing anything, really. That other day when I started streaming, I streamed for only like... Well, I did stream for 5 hours, but I did start much later. the night. Tonight, I started much earlier. If I wasn't feeling so bad, I would have started even earlier, but eh. And then now I'm streaming for 7 hours, and yet not yet done. Definitely quite something.
Didn't think I deserved any better. No
Definitely need to stretch and eat something. So, Cat says it's okay, dude. It looks great, by the way. Thank you very much. Almost most of the way done with it. Also, with the time it'll take me to shade it and do the backgrounds, I guess, yeah. Takes me full on 10 hours of uninterrupted work to do a comic page. Although I did stop to play Tetris for a little while there, but I didn't play Tetris for that long. Not even half an hour Tetrising. Pascal, you said 7 hours. Dang, that's a long time. Glad you were able to nab the last 2 hours of my stream. Yeah. Glad you were able to show up too. So, with coloring, there's not a whole lot of secret. I'm mostly just sampling the color from previous pages and tossing them where it needs to be. And this is something that a lot of comic artists will do differently, is that they'll change the color itself depending on the lighting condition of the page. Instead of achieving that with layers, they will achieve that with the coloring itself, like base color. And the people that do that, they're great, but it's usually also the people that have a very deep knowledge and understanding of color theory. Because it's also the people that, whenever they're coloring characters, they don't just toss one color and that call it a day. Hey, this is a human. Get a pinkish hue, throw it up, and boom, there you go. You're done. They're the kind of people who understand general anatomy enough to understand that you can't just throw in a pink hue and say you colored this human person. You have to. The pink hue is just the base. Then you have to go back and throw a little bit of blush on the cheeks. Put a little bit more color on the nose and the forehead, those parts of your face that are exposed to the sun all the time. Color a little bit the underside of the eyes, the bags, as they call it, to give that feeling of, oh no, this give some more texture, but without getting to the shading portion of the comic properly. It's still just in colors. They're just setting a bunch of base colors. Kind of like what I do with characters. They don't have just one color. There's a lot of markings. But imagine that I threw in more details on those markings. The colorists, the professional colorists, they will do that. They'll go very deep with their colors. But then again, the colorists who do that are usually also the colorists who only color comics. I, on the other hand, do everything. I write the story, I sketch the story, also do the layouts, that's a bit. Yeah, I sketch after laying it out. I do everything. I do the line art, the colors, the shading, the backgrounds, if there's ever any background that deserves to be done. So I start to cut corners wherever I can. But not like blatant, shady looking corners. It's always like acceptable corners to cut. Which at this point you don't even call like cutting corners, you call just like finding tricks and techniques to improve your speed. And one such technique is to really break down the coloring into very basic components. One of the ways that I break down the coloring to super basic components is to make sure that characters have the least amount of colors necessary to make them feel unique. So I don't go and throw like millions of colors into characters or have complicated and complex markings. I just do the bare minimum to make them be recognizable. Aside from that, they're good. I don't need more. After that, another thing that I do to really help out cutting corners with coloring is to have repeated colors. So like for Bradley, the same color of his nose is the color of his fingertips. But that is also a thing that applies to every character. Every character nose color is the same color that I will use for their claws, if I don't fill them in with black. So every character has those little tricks, and also whenever I'm coloring the teeth and tongue, some of those things, those are shared between characters. So every character has the same tongue and teeth color. I think the only character that I have done thus far that didn't share those basic colors was Wallace. Since he had the whole teeth situation going on, I decided that his teeth would have a more yellower color. But that's the only character to ever have a different color scheme. Should not use one of my base colors that I shared colors that I use for everything. Also, another thing that is kind of fun is that since in this comic I have a lot of like family characters, so like you can see the character and their family. I do always like keep the markings and things like that very close between characters and their family. I try to throw in like color differences here and there. Without making things also too crazy. So like Francis's parents, while they share the markings, because you can't really go that creative with these markings, one thing that they don't share is the color scheme. Rather, yeah, the color palette. His mom has a color palette that is much brighter, more saturated, and the father has a color palette that is much duller and darker. But if you mix those two color palettes, you do get to the same midpoint, which is the Francis's colors. Same thing with the eyes colors. If you mix the two eyes colors from Francis's parents, you will get his eye color. Those little tricks, they just keep on going, and I can make a whole roster of characters that are different enough from one another.
Are you missing home? Are you all alone? Will I remember you in December and the glow of
Okay. So everything else can be done in the background. Layer, don't need to do it now. So the last step here is to copy the color layer, fill it in with black, and fill up these little holes. And I'm fully, truly done with coloring. On top of making the final colors look tighter, when I fill in those little holes like this, I also get to see places where I forgot to color, which are as Francis's pants here. That's big, and also Kevin's color thing. Shirt. And there we go. Actually, no, we don't go yet. To lock the transparency of clear and blur in this color. At this point, really, I don't even need to do this color blurring that I do. But it makes the whole final presentation looks a little bit better, just a wee better.
Let me count the ways of all the happy days.
Again, when people are seeing this comic page at such a tiny size, it's hard to notice these things.
Don't you love these rainy days?
They add a little bit, little something page.
Dreaming out loud, head in the clouds. No matter the weather, we're still here together. Don't you love these rainy days?
And also another thing I forgot is to put the plaid pattern on Francis's shirt. Little do you guys know, but it's actually Bradley's shirt that Francis is wearing. Haven't ever realized how loose it is on him. Of course, don't draw Francis' full body enough for you to be able to see how loose the shirt is on him, but in a few panels here and there you can see that it, like Francis' full body, and you can tell that that shirt is too large for him. Because it's not actually his, it's Bradley's.
'Cause in the end, I promise I'll always be your friend. Rain or shine, give it time. Everything's fine. fish in the sea to the birds in the trees. Clouds rolling in, but I'm still with my friends. Don't you love these rainy days? Like words on a page or up on a stage, dreaming out loud on a stage. The clouds, no matter the wind, the clouds together. Words on a page, up on a stage, head in the cloud, on a stage, on a stage. Don't you love these rainy days? Ain't it great to be alive? Wake up, a new day. Get out, make way.
Alright. Oh yeah, no. Never mind. It's not alright. I still need to do the plaid pattern on shirt. It's a cool trick a friend of mine forced me into figuring out.
Night sky,
So if I go to my default brush,
reach up,
change the blending mode to soft light, change the opacity to 50%, I think 50 or 40, and get them black and white as colors, I can just
to be alive.
draw lines, a pattern, and it'll automatically mix them to creating the plaid pattern. All I need to do is draw the lines. The way that I was doing this before isn't too different. The problem with it was that instead of doing this whole changing the brush properties, I was just using a low opacity brush altogether. Which is the same thing that I'm doing here by reducing the opacity of this brush, is to achieve the same effect of having the colors mix with one another. The problem with that, though, was that even though the colors were mixing great, the problem is that I needed to know which colors were those. Otherwise, it would look wrong. So I needed to keep like a swatch of the colors, but I wasn't a huge fan of doing that. So the thing I did was instead to figure out that I can also achieve the plaid pattern if I change the called blending mode. There you go. If you change the blending mode of the layer to soft light, because instead of needing to know the colors that I used, I can just default to black and white, and it'll they'll interact with the underlying color in an appropriate manner, the underlying color being red. So if I turn my brush into soft light and I stroke at it with black, instead of actually throwing black, it'll use the blending mode to mix black and red in a way that it's actually just like a darker shade of red, and instead of white, it's a lighter shade of red. So instead of doing this on a different layer, I can just change the brush blending mode so it does this on the layer itself. So the blending mode to soft light it so I can do this. Just choose a color and draw lines, and it'll happen. And the opacity thing is that so it isn't so like it isn't so on your face. This is black and this is white. It's if I were to do it like if I didn't change it, the opacity, it would look very neon. It would not look right at all. And the last thing I do is to use the selection tool to select the area in which I'm drawing the strokes. And this helps me with me not needing to pay too much mind where I'm drawing. I can just draw lines without having to worry about them going outside of the drawing area. So the lines will not go out of the clothes themselves or into the other colored areas of the drawing. It'll stay in the shirt because I've selected that area. So now Francis, Bradley, and Francis's parents are colored. Francis has his plaid pattern shirt. It's great. Everyone's line arted. Everything's great. Everything's cool. All that's left is to do the shading and background. But this we'll do some other time. Other day. By other day, the other time I mean tomorrow. Because tomorrow's the day in which I have to post this page. Cannot have it let Friday tomorrow come the day in which the page has to be posted and not posted. Absolutely not. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be posting this page today. However, now I absolutely need to go to bed and sleep a little bit at least. So, those of you who have been watching on both Picardo and YouTube, thank you very much for your company. Very much for sticking around to the wee hours of night. And I'm glad that you guys stuck around for watching me draw this comic page. Tomorrow I'll be posting them, both the regular comic page, the page 13, which will be going to for Affinity, Twitter, and all those other free places, including my website. And also I'll be posting this page whenever it's finished onto Patreon. You can go to my Patreon to check it out, or you can just go to other places too. There's lots of things you can do. My brain is just not functioning anymore. I really need to go. So this will be all for today, for tonight. Thank you so very much for sticking around, folks, and I will see you some other time. Bye bye.